Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Dire Bear, and welcome to Falskallan Revolution, part 2 of my 2-part mini-series, one-shot running with everyone here, as for a tribute to myself for my birthday, because why the hell do I need to do more work for myself? I don't know anymore at this point. At this point, these monkeys just come in and wreck everything that I try and put up. Ah, there's a nice encounter. They're just gonna Three Stooges themselves. Okay, let's do this. But that's all right, because I wouldn't have it any other way. Nonetheless, let's get this started with a couple of announcements. I want to thank D&D Beyond for being our sponsor for tonight, because without it, we wouldn't have any of our sheets all consolidated in one spot, so that way I cannot look at their healths whenever I decide to be really, really cruel to them. But honestly, it has all the source books and materials. It's got item creation, all items, magical items, pricings on each, all source books and materials, as I've said before, but also monsters, creating custom monsters, which can be added into the D&D Beyond library and can be accessed from anywhere. It is an absolutely fantastic tool, so I would highly recommend it. We also have a merch shop right now. If you go to Streamlabs at Dire Bear, we have a couple of shirts, a couple of stickers. I believe that's kind of it right now. We should be able to get more incoming soon with more designs and more things, so that will help support the Dire Bear Company. It will also help support create for me to help create so I can give back to you. It's a cyclical thing, and I love it. Quiet over there. Something fell in my closet and it's being really noisy, so stop that. But with that, I believe that's everything, unless I'm forgetting something. No? That's kind of it. If you're ever at all curious, Monday nights we have Heath, the Dire Bear GM, running his game, Wild Beyond the Witchlight, with one of our characters in there, Ms. Obsidian. Not playing Obsidian herself, but another character. Nonetheless, it is a good show. I've watched it, different formatting. It's amazing, and Heath is an absolutely amazing GM, and so I believe he's running it every other week, trying to slow down just a tad bit. That's all right. Life comes in, and we put life first. But with that, I believe that is now everything. So let's get into tonight's episode, part 2 of the Falskallan Revolution. Ooh, okay, so last time on the Revolution, it had been months since the Colors had seen each other, with half of them coming up the Sandon River on a recently acquired elven cargo freighter known as the Deliverance. The others already at the rendezvous encampment. They had been there for months, patiently waiting for orders, trying to stave off the boredom as best they can. When all the Colors had finally met, a party had ensued. 3 barrels of alcohol were rolled out, meat was already cooking on the fire, and revelry ensued. With the nightly shenanigans starting up, the world seemed to be at peace for just a moment. It would eventually come to an end, but waiting on the Ballbuster Brigade to come back and give the Colors, and especially Alluring, the orders that had needed to be, procured. With the impatience of Crom Tuskrud asking where everybody was, everything seemed to kind of be moved forward quickly. Eventually, the Ballbuster Brigade came in and had told the Colors and the higher powers that Onver is in a bit of a turmoil, that there's a refugee camp going up across the river, and there are tieflings and humans being taken for no rhyme or reason. But with the social anxieties and troubles popping up, they still completed their orders and found a couple of ways into the castle, which is what they needed to do. One route being through the river, heading into the sewer systems and following through there. with more chances of getting caught by guards, but much more quicker to go. The other route was a forest route. No chance of guards, but it was a little bit longer, and guaranteed to have a little more dangers coming in. There had been rumors that there had been from Baron Iotheth had been investing his time into a huge project. Didn't seem like it was a good risk to ignore. So the team had decided going the forest route, keeping the element of surprise and stealth on their side as best as they possibly could, while the Ballbuster Brigade and all the other members of the encampment would go on to the Deliverance, heading up the stream and causing commotion to give the colors a fighting chance. Packing up, setting out, and heading into the forest. It was a wet day and a very foggy morning. Making it about 4 hours into their trek, they happened upon a griffin that was feeding on its freshly hunted prey. Planning to walk around it, the griffin quickly sighted and spotted them. About to go in for a hunt or a kill, it leaned back down, ready to pounce, when all you heard was a clicking noise. Creaking, moaning. And without a hesitation, a tree branch had swung down, breaking the griffin's back, and ensuing a fight with a couple of treants. After a long battle and, well, entertaining one, I should say, between at least the three of the members, the treants were all quickly disposed of. And that's where we're going to pick up. The Revolutionary Axis. You have a little bit of downtime now.
Forest is moving. Ballbusters, weren't they fucking kidding?
They
Everyone's
do
still
that
alive,
from
at
time
least.
to time.
Let's not do that again, please.
Do you mean the part where we fought trees, or the part where one of them got shrouded in darkness and three of you beat the shit out of each other in it?
Is that what happened? All I heard was screams.
Well, I felt a little bit more than a scream.
Sorry. My split off axe.
We should get going, but we should also maybe take a moment, regroup. Not every day I almost get my fingers chopped off.
Nothing came through.
What?
Your last sentence, nothing came through.
Oh, not every day I get my fingers almost chopped off.
Do we want to take a short rest then, or do we continue to push forward?
Short one sounds good.
All right. Don't much like the idea of letting time tick, but
Need to slow down. I just need to catch my breath and I'll be right as rain again. But if we do want to, dally a little in this forest that just kicked our ass, that's cool too.
Okay, fair point.
Let's
well,
move
one
on.
of my no, go for it.
No, go ahead.
So I pull out one of my potions of greater healing and offer it to any of the party members who got Benny Hilled inside the darkness cloud.
I'll pass just because I can do wholeness of body as well as second wind.
Oh,
So-
nice.
I'm just going to zen out for a few seconds and I'll be good. And that's going to be 21 for that.
Jesus.
Plus
Okay.
1d10 plus 6.
Oh,
That's
all
the
right.
that's the second wind. Come on, don't do me dirty. Oh, is that dirty? Is that? I hate when I get. Oh, damn it! That was dirty. That was a 1. Okay.
No.
So that's going to be 7 plus 21, so 28 points.
I like all of you to make perception checks, please, if you're going to be doing a rest.
Mhm.
And while we're having
Deciding
this,
against it.
yeah, and while we're having this rest, there has been appreciation that has been redeemed last game that we hadn't gotten to yet.
Yes.
Ooh,
So Cantankerous Kobold in character, appreciate everybody now.
That's even better.
Oh God.
Wonderful.
What
Let me
am I-
just. Okay. Well, we'll just start in the order that I have it written down. So, Funconscious, you bring such a lighthearted seriousness to sessions, and I've thoroughly enjoyed your different characters. Dedication to role-playing is great even when curveballs are constantly thrown at you. And your attention to lore and details is also great, as it keeps us grounded and still tethered to the story this wonderful DM's trying to weave for us. Bad juju, you bring nothing but good juju, I would say. Handling the tech stuff and orchestrating the stream. Get lost there. Despite bugs and gremlins in the system, goddamn it all. And being shit disturbers is only fun if there's someone to be exasperated at the chaos that ensues. Thank you for being a pillar of sanity in the madness that is this one shot in the campaign. Given your role playing has been superb in every role I've seen, and your voice acting and commitment to characters has been a continuous inspiration for me. While chaotic and spleen, you're still very thoughtful and committed to what the character would do rather than yourself, which is no easy feat. And Buddy with the sideburns, as thick and luscious as those beautiful sideburns are, I'd say Buddy is the key part of your name. It has been an absolute treat to banter with you and get into all sorts of shenanigans. I'm lucky to have joined this group alongside you, and it's been a wild and fun ride every session. Trizelta, we may have only just met, but it has been wonderful sharing this virtual table with you. Anyone who charges into darkness and swings wildly with a great sword, that's A-OK in my book, especially when you know there are allies there. Listen, I'm so glad to be sharing this story with you. I enjoyed dishing out chicanery, but it's always great to have it dished right back. I'm looking forward to future sessions with you and just giving it back to one another. And now, Bod, supposedly with no name, but has so many I know. The maestro of this production, the raison d'etre and la joie de vivre for everyone you meet. I am so appreciative of you inviting me to your table and brainchild. Home brewing and doing your own story is no easy feat, and it's certainly not easy to let people take part, mold it, and lightly fuck with it. You are a trooper for putting up with all of us and a delight of a DM. I hope everyone who enjoys RPGs has the chance to have a DM as half as fun as you.
Yes.
Raise a glass.
Well said.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he's a raid. It's what we do.
Great, Johnny. Now, where were we?
All right, now everybody roll your hit dice and get your healths back. And for that, roll an extra d6 for it.
Hit dice again.
It's my birthday, I can do what I want to, and you're gonna need all the help you can get.
Oh my gosh.
God, I get hit by a boulder.
I'm in danger.
Just
I love it.
Okay, mind.
I got to be the copyright claim magnet somehow.
That was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Very well written, for sure.
Got tears in my eyes.
I would cry, but I have mascara on.
I need to cry, but my foundation was $48.
I love that.
We can joke about that. That's true.
Tell me. The biggest travesty is making me cry right now. All right, but with that, perception checks from you guys. You guys had rolled, if you remembered.
Yep.
15.
Yep.
15. Okay, Traz.
22.
22. Garnet.
6.
6. Cobalt.
Too busy looking at the trees. At the 2.
Oh, Ochre.
Oh.
12.
12. Amethyst.
26.
Jesus. Nothing passes your gaze. Obsidian.
18.
18.
Sharpening my blade.
While everybody's resting, you're trying to keep as much attention to the surroundings that are there, seeing as the smell of fresh blood and meat and a griffin just getting its ass pounced by a tree. The sounds of the forest are starting to return, but it still seems quiet, which might be a good thing, all things considered. It is still a foggy day, and yeah, it's about 12 o'clock right now, the noon hour. Okay, bring the energy up.
Oh, sorry, I'm munching on some meat.
It's a short rest.
Everybody's getting a short rest. Okay, everybody just sit here for 10 minutes. We'll just look at the camera.
First one to blink loses a hit point.
No, joke's on you. I can dissociate.
Wait, yeah, behind a mask, we can't see.
The honor system here.
It's like one of those videos of gerbils, just like, or no, the guinea pigs that are eating. That's just the one that stops and stares off into the distance.
I relate so hard with that game.
But that short rest is now complete, and you guys start getting back on your way. I'd like for you all to reorient yourself with a survival check.
All right.
What the
I'm
fuck?
almost done with my food, and then I'll be on camera again.
Nope.
I'm on my way.
Slightly better.
Okay, so,
17.
6.
6. Yeah, Juju's
17.
17. Buddy,
15.
15. Cobalt,
14.
14. Ochre,
11.
Amethyst,
21.
Obsidian.
19.
Cool. It's not hard to reorient yourself. And given that you knew where you were, how everything was set up, you've got a good sense of direction heading your way. So with that, you move forward. It takes another 3 hours before you start hitting any sort of civilization or signs of it. Generally, you guys are trying to keep away from any of the roads, but they are a pretty good indicator of where you're going and what to follow. At that point, it's coming up to about the later afternoon. You're keeping on walking, and this forest is definitely more lively. With your perception checks from before, you've noticed that there has been tracks of bears and some wolves in the area, and a couple of eagle claws. So it still seems to be a fairly active forest, but you guys don't see anything. Following the map that Sabrek had given you, you start questioning whether or not if his intel was good. Normally it is, but sometimes frustration just creeps on in and through. Heading on through the forest, you still see a lot of these oaks, these maples, birches, pines, in their own little separate groves, starting to thin out a little bit more, and you realize, okay, you're getting close to Onver. And then you start seeing the outer city walls of what is now known as Ashhorn's Hollow. You see this giant wall and you think, okay, so then you've clearly missed the mark on where this entrance is. So you head back into the forest, and a couple hours later, you find yourself at the side of a shack, and you think, is that it? After a little bit of closer inspection, you notice that there's one of Sabrek's markings. This definitely looks like it. It is a debilitated shack. It looks like it's been ransacked and run over a whole bunch of different times, but with the marking on it, you know it has to be true. Some broken windows. It's very much a log-hewn home. There's moss and tall grass everywhere. It's almost in like just enough of a forest clearing to have its own spot. But it seems like a lot of the forest had started reclaiming and taking it back.
Right. Well,
We're here.
shall we?
If it's actually him, sure.
I'm gonna go ahead and open the door and take a look around inside.
Easy enough. The door is slightly rotted, definitely down at the bottom. Looks like years of weathering and rain has finally soaked up into the end grains, causing it to rot right through the center. So opening the door, you just kind of just falls apart at the seams, literally. But you walk in, and a lot of the grass has started to crawl back in through. There seems to be a standard array, just like a half kitchen going on there. What used to look to be like a fire pit, and you do see cellar doors heading through the backside where there's a bit of a bedroom.
I'm gonna take a peek inside, see if it, goes anywhere.
Easy enough. You start lifting up the cellar doors, and it's one of those classic, like the two door styles. Like, open them up, and you see a stair set going deep into a darker cave system.
Just gonna kind of snap and point at the staircase to everyone.
You notice on the right-hand side of the stairwell one of Sabrek's markings.
No railing. Again.
You had to keep your balance
Gotta
like
go
last
down.
time.
I mean, not going to be my problem. It's just, man, he really knows how to find the dilapidated ones. Just clandestine as ever. Let's hope it smells better than last time. That's all I hope.
Can I roll a perception
Didn't
check
go
to
in the
see how
sewer.
nice it smells? Oh, sorry.
Nice.
I mean, it's not hard to smell the mold and the mildew.
I was like mold, mildew. I was thinking the same thing. I know.
I mean, it's better, but we're talking by degrees here.
Ochre, all you hear is angry gang signs in the background. Just you guys head down?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yep.
You start heading down, and it is dark. There doesn't seem to be any signs of life or anything going through. The hallway is absolutely, like, for lack of a better term, pitch black. for those of you that have dark vision, it's just very like somewhat cobblestoned, cobblestone ground, but also like half cinder block or half like stoneworked sides and ceiling. So it looks like it was meant for something important. Then you get yourself into one of the main chambers, and you start seeing spores that are bioluminescent. You see groves upon groves of mushrooms that are lighting up this room. You see these mushrooms that are growing out of the side of the wall, but it has like one giant canopied one with a bunch of smaller ones that grow underneath. Spores that are created give this sense of atmosphere. You see pools that are lit from what looks to be bioluminescent seaweed. You see the fish that are weaving right through. It looks like it's its own little ecosystem down here.
Wouldn't mind giving this a whiff either.
Oh, it's definitely a lot better. It doesn't smell too much of mold anymore.
Aye, but I don't trust it.
So,
Why do you think
are you whiffing? Are you sniffing for anything specific, or are you just?
If I recognize anything that might put us to sleep or make us sick or otherwise mess with our progress.
You take a sniff into the air, and you realize that some of the mushrooms, not the ones that are glowing, there are a bunch of different diverse mushrooms that will put you to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, nothing else seems to be out of the ordinary, at least from what your sniffer is telling you.
All right.
Yeah. But this cave leads into a singular direction.
Shall go.
Oh, yeah, let's keep on keeping on.
Hey, just don't eat anything down here.
Who the hell would want to do that?
I've met a few strange people in my time.
A fool.
Foolish, I'd say. Anything
would
down here
agree.
can't be good. By the way, who's leading me? Because I can't see shit down here.
There's enough of light given off by the bioluminescence to give you a general sense of what's going on. And the pathway is now like very much it is a pathway that was built but somewhat thatched over now by moss and a bunch of other like flora, just like very small wilted floras.
Also,
So
quick
it's not-
question.
Yep.
Who else does not have dark vision?
But I've got goggles of night.
Wow. Wow. Oh my god. I was like, all right.
Like we went into this black tunnel. It's like, okay, sure.
I'm just
Accidentally funny.
I was like, all right, I'm gonna give them a dark cave. Well, you know, like half of them are probably, or 3/4 of them already got dark vision because every other race in this bloody game has dark vision.
Oh, don't worry, I got them covered if necessary.
Yeah, there's
Like
enough
right-
of light. It's still very much dim lighting, but it's enough to kind of show what's going on. It kind of almost looks like one of those serene Studio Ghibli moments. On all honesty.
I trust it even less now.
This
With
isn't
the
a
DM
Ghibli
trauma.
movie. Mm.
Trauma.
when the DM throws a Ghibli moment at you, never trust it.
Getting more Monster Hunter vibes. It's pretty out there, but who knows what lurks in these tunnels.
Mhm.
Getting Dwemer tunnels from Skyrim.
Oh god.
oh.
Moving forward, you guys start walking through, and this takes a while. It's given what's going on outside, or what you think is going on outside. It's getting dark. It's starting to get dark, and I mean, you don't have to rest if you don't want to, but just letting you know, you're starting to get into the later halves of the days.
Wait, the tunnel's getting dark?
No, I'm talking about in general, outside, the time of day.
Would we know this, though?
Guys should generally have a good idea of how long you've been walking about. By the time you got into the cave, it was already late afternoon, starting to come into the evenings.
How long was this supposed to take?
I imagine as long as Cedric thinks it's funny.
God damn it.
Oh, this was the longer route. We didn't want to go through the sewers.
Eh,
Yeah, I'll still take this.
Agreed.
well then. Bed down or keep going?
At this-
Go ahead.
So at this point, it is early evening. It's not like if you start pushing, you're gonna start getting exhausted. But just keeping you guys aware how the timing is working.
I say we push forward.
Only, yes, we've
Agreed.
only
Agreed.
started.
Yeah.
We've already took a short rest. We need to catch up.
At least a few more hours we can push.
We can. But can they? Looks at Cobalt. You see your reflection off of her mask.
Oh God. Is this the time, Angel? Is this when you take me off to the great unknown?
You've been here for
Is
hours.
Just doesn't say anything and just turns and keeps walking.
Lean over to Pearl. So, do you want to try correcting him, or should I? I mean, it seems to bring him comfort.
Agreed.
We just hope this tunnel doesn't branch off.
Is the
Obsidian-
tunnel on the map?
Yes, it is. It is on the map, but it doesn't look like it's been thoroughly explored. Which is more or less okay. Kind of go through here, and the way the map is written is like it seems like a more direct route was found.
Take this path, you'll get from A to B. If you branch off, it's on you. That's what I imagine, because blank space.
Mhm. And Obsidian, since you've been down here, getting close to Onver, you've been feeling a pull, like just an instinctive like drive.
I was just about to ask that. And this drive, this feeling, does it feel familiar, like similar to what, like the instinct? Or is it something different?
Make a history check.
Say history checked?
Yes.
Story. Ooh, okay. Under plus 2. 17.
17.
Yes.
You've never felt this before, but you heard a lot of the older ones talk about it. Almost like just the drive to meet at a meeting point. Almost migratorial. You guys keep pushing through. Eventually, this little cave system does end, and it starts heading into more of a hallway system. The stonework is starting to become way more beautiful and much more ornate in its elvish design. And following through the hallways, you start noticing branches going one way or another, and you still see the Sabric sign going up on the sides of the walls, just proving that, okay, he was here. Heading up and forward, you start walking through a singular hallway. And you start seeing symbols, like in all different languages. Just like draconic, what is known to be abyssal, runic, dwarvish, common. Any of the subsidiary languages of common. It's all gibberish. I'd like for all of you to make perception checks. Okay, Traz.
Natural 20 for 26.
Nice. Juju.
22.
Nice. Garnet.
12.
Cobalt.
10.
Ochre.
21.
Amethyst.
25.
Obsidian.
15.
What was that one?
15. Sorry,
Yeah.
voice cut out for a second.
Yep. That's okay. You start noticing pressure plates on the ground, but you see half of them have already sunken in, and the other ones are kind of up, but almost look like they're half, and there's one that's full. It's just a bunch of different things.
I try and make sense of any of the words on the wall because I have Eyes of the Runekeeper, so I can read all written languages. And as a rogue, I have I don't remember what it's called. Thieves' Cant. That's it.
Yeah.
So does any of it make sense, or is it just literally gibberish?
It's literally gibberish. It's like a draconic sign right next to a dwarvish sign, next to a common sign, next to a dwarvish sign. It's written all over the walls. And it's all like some of it's engraved, some of it's in chalk. Some of it looks like it's been painted.
It's like I was here.
And in Thieves' Cant, you try to make sense of the nonsensical aspects of what Thieves' Cant is, and you're not drawing any conclusions or anything to it. So how closely are you looking at these?
I'm gonna look at it. Like, I'm gonna try really hard to figure it out.
Yeah, but I mean like
how
How-
close am I getting?
yes.
Like 10 feet.
10 feet? Okay. So you're walking up and you're noticing that these plates on the floor are all shifted and whatnot. So you're kind of like, given your perception, you're pretty good at like, I don't need you to roll a dexterity for any of this, but just you're being careful and it's quite obvious. Looking forward. Okay. It still doesn't make any sense. It's absolutely weird. Like, how long are you going to be looking at these?
I'll spend a minute.
Okay. You do that, and you start seeing the one that looks like it's chalk outline just get a little bit thicker.
Are any of these looking anything like Sabric's mark?
What's your intelligence, Gillet?
My intelligence is 11.
Make an intelligence check.
11.
You think it does?
So are all these just different? I'm asking to the rest of the party. Are all these different people on Sabric's team? Like, are these just different people's marks?
Speaking of everyone else, what is everybody else doing? Are you inspecting these things? How close are you getting? What are you doing? Describe to me what's going on.
I would wait. Where is it? I'm blind. Go ahead if anybody has it. I just completely.
I wouldn't
What is
mind
lighting?
like kind of having a closer investigation to some of the symbols that I can recognize, to see if there's any kind of like pattern of, you know, cult activity. Preferably anything featuring Fey, Fiend, or Undead, so I could potentially roll with advantage.
Okay. Now, how closely are you inspecting these? You got to start telling me distances here.
I do want to kind of like get up to the wall itself, avoiding the pressure plates as much as I'm able.
Yeah, like you guys are in communication about where these pressure plates are. So, and I generally see you guys not as clumsy, given like a lot of you have a somewhat decent dex.
I'm going to be using guidance on people.
Okay.
As I feel it may help them periodically.
I
But
would like to.
Okay, so we're gonna start with Garnet.
All right.
And yeah, like do your guidancing if you need to. So you're just looking it over.
no, the cantrip.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it only
So then
affects one person at a time. So it's
Yeah.
a D4 to you add a D4 to ability checks that you make, to a single ability check you make. It's concentration, so it can only affect one person at a time.
Okay. Yeah, Garnet, make that at advantage.
Thank you. Ooh, that's nice. That D4. Ooh, very nice. Okay. Thank you for the guidance, Pearl. So that is going to be a grand total of... sorry, would that be investigation, was it?
Yeah.
Yep. So there's a grand total of 25.
25? Nice.
Yeah. The 20 is dirty, helped along by the guidance.
Right on. Yeah, you're looking at a lot of these things, and some of these do come out in Abyssal and like what would be known as the Fiendish languages. So this is why I gave you the advantage on this.
Thank you.
It's still very much gibberish. You're standing there, and you see one of the engravings, not in the Fiendish ones, but like one of the Dwarvish ones, just start growing out a little bit more.
To detect magic here.
Are you detecting magic?
Yeah, I'm gonna spend time to do that.
Okay. Right on. So you detect magic, and some of these symbols are lighting right up.
Okay.
They're lighting right up. It's not giving you any sort of school magics.
So certain ones, is it a certain language, or is it like a mixture of different ones?
It seems to be random.
I think you're muted.
I'm going to start pointing out. They're glowing slightly. This is like dim to them from my vision.
Growing slightly too.
Yeah,
There's certain ones, not all are magical, but these are. So I start pointing them out.
Yeah. So you end up finding it about 10 or 20 of them. Between 10 or 20. Actually, let's roll. You find 14 specific ones, different languages. It's very sporadic and on different points of the wall. Again, you're not making any sense of this.
Do they look like they may have been written by the same person, multiple people?
No. For those who are standing close to a couple of them, you notice that they're starting to grow a little bit. They're growing a little bit more plumper.
I'm going to take a step back and see if they stay the same size or if they get smaller like regular writing should.
You take a step back and there's no noticeable difference.
Pressure plates are there? Like
Could you say
counting
that?
them. How many pressure plates are there?
What was your previous perception check? What was your previous perception check, if you remember?
Oh shoot. 15? I think it's 15.
That sounds right.
Yeah. I mean, some of the ones that are obvious, the whole floor seems to be kind of riddled with them, but it's, yeah. I'm trying to put words to my thoughts and I'm having a hard time right now. It's been one of those days. No. It's definitely a different count.
Okay. Definitely obvious. Okay. Yeah, it's just I don't know where all of them are, but they definitely are not 14.
Yeah.
Are the ones that she indicated to be magical the same ones that are glowing?
So you're talking the words, the lettering?
Mm-hmm.
They're not actually glowing, but in my vision they're
The
glowing.
growing ones.
Oh, the growing ones.
Oh, I thought some of them had a faint glow to them outside of
Yeah, the ones that are growing are the magical ones.
Mm. And what do those like specific ones read out? Like what's the word associated with each of them?
It's very much just a letter.
Oh, it's just a letter.
Yeah. I say words because that is my misaccounting of words.
I mean, we also don't speak all the languages, so for all we know, they are words.
Yeah.
I can read all languages.
Can.
Well,
shut up, girl.
Not all of us can.
None of us can be as sexy and intelligent as you. Stop it.
Not only a true face, okay?
I mean, Pearl, you should really invest in learning more languages. It's good for you.
There is some devilry going on down here. Much as I cannot read it, there's marks in abyssal, marks of the fiendish.
Garnet, I'd like for you to make an intelligence saving throw, please.
Oh, dang. Oh, yeah, I'm proficient in those. For all of an 11, I'm rolling a lot of 6s tonight.
Ooh. Okay. You don't feel a change. You notice one of the glyphs, for lack of a better term right now, kind of swells up even bigger, and it starts almost overtaking a couple of the other letters that are right around it.
Anyone else seeing this?
Huh?
Do we?
Yeah.
How close are you to Garnet?
Guidance is
How big
touch,
is
so
this
I'm like
room?
right next to them.
Yeah.
How big is this room?
It's about 15 feet wide. And it's about like 70 feet down the line.
Oh.
It's
wow.
Yeah.
I'll kind of point out whichever glyph I feel is growing larger and overtaking the others.
And the word of in use of the word feel, is it the actual tactile thing, or is it
just in more in the perception of it? Like, I can see it expanding. I'm not sure my friends can.
Okay. Yeah, you pointed out, and it's now starting to become obvious that this thing is swelling.
Mm-hmm.
To all of us.
Everyone.
Yeah.
I'm going to back up.
You start backing
Perhaps
up.
we should move.
I would now make a dexterity check, please.
You beat me to it.
There we go.
Both of us?
If you're backing up and not looking where you're stepping.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Pearl?
Dex check 15.
15.
nice.
Cool. As you guys are kind of stepping back and you have the guidance on him, you see a tube of light that surrounds both the party members.
Couldn't have done that.
Sorry.
So
What
both
of light?
Pearl and Garnet are in the rays of light.
Yep.
There a
Going.
source? Like, is it coming from below or is it coming from above? Like something in the ceiling is opened?
No, nothing, no real source. It seems, well, other than it's probably the pressure plate that they had accidentally stepped on.
And it's floor to ceiling?
Yeah, it's a cylindrical tube of light, and it seems like it's a wall that is surrounding you.
Yep. I'm
Things
going to take my light hammer and just kind of tap it.
As soon as you do, you take 21 points of force damage. So you just like ding ding. Oh, that's a spicy meatball.
You alright?
Don't touch the wall.
Did any of the symbols change once those two lights went off?
Did one of them leave or two of them disappear?
Nope. The symbols that you've pointed out are still there. One that's partially expanded, the other one's really swollen.
Yeah. Are there patterns around the ones that are swelling that could be translated into a word, like circumscribing that?
Make an intelligence check. Or an investigation check, I should say. Because you're trying to piece things together.
Same bonus. 7.
There's a lot of symbols there. Some of them you recognize and some of them you don't. This hurts my head.
I think this one is like a cloud. Finding shapes in clouds.
Shapes
I
and
don't think
colors.
that helps us, though.
Crap.
Has anybody got to dispel magic?
Yes.
I'm going to try that from the inside.
Okay. At what level?
Just at third level of space for that, I think.
Okay. I'd like for you to roll for it, please.
Okay. Oh boy, that's real low. That's doesn't matter because it's super low. It's below 10.
You're trying to focus and reach out, trying to understand where everything is with where the magic is coming from. You think, okay, it's a pressure plate. You're gonna reach down.
Oh wait,
No, it's not working for you.
Spell casting ability. No, yeah, that's still below 10. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Cast mine on Garnet. at 3rd level as well. So let me click that then.
Okay, so yeah, roll for it.
Okay. Get rid of the slot. So this is 10 plus spells level. Okay. Oh gosh, I missed that. Oh, okay. So pretty good. Spellcasting ability. That is math 19.
This one is more successful. Calling upon the Soul Weaver.
Lord.
Calling upon the Soul Weaver, you use your arcane and divine connection to reach into this wall of force. You squeeze your hand, and as it happens, you see the dispersal of the magic just.
It's like a black hole sucking in magic. Just
I carefully step off of the pressure plate and take care to avoid other ones. Like a pearl, and I go, I mean, I can take a few hits. Do you want me to see if I can bust you out of there?
You both were in the one.
Oh. Oh.
oh, I thought you were in
The-
2 different ones.
No, the way I
plate-
saw it was you guys were
Oh.
surrounded by one.
Yeah.
Oh.
The plate he stepped on. Does it look different after the dispel magic from when he initially stepped on it?
It looks like it's been pushed in. And
I'm gonna look-
just I was gonna say, because I know you guys are probably gonna go look at those words again. They're still the same.
I'm gonna look for another one that's pushed in and have everyone step away from me. I'm gonna try touching down on it gently.
Okay, so you're pushing in one of the pressed ones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
See if anything happens.
you give it a nothing.
Is there a pathway across of pressed down ones that, like a feasible pathway to walk on? Moving
From what-
from pressed
from
down
what you
to
could-
pressed down.
From what you can see right in front of you, there seems to be a path. Some of them are very much visibly pressed in. Others look really like higher than the others, and others that are half pushed up. All you're hearing from the background is, it's almost safe to do that. You could walk on through if you wanted to.
Like a voice?
Yeah. Everyone hears this.
Turn around.
Up.
Turn around behind
Yeah.
me.
You turn around. All you see is just like, well, a tube of fur, like this brown, a brown quadrupedal, tiny little thing. It almost looks like an otter.
Well, that's new.
Where'd you come from?
Well, I spotted you from my fishing grounds.
Assuming outside the tunnel.
You guys walked in and through.
Were you in the mushroom room?
Yes, that's my home. You walked through my home.
Oh,
Oh,
well, sorry about that.
Uh.
I know that can be a big no-no for some people, so please excuse us.
Well, you didn't take anything, so that's okay. But I just wanted to say that if you want to go through this room, going down the center is probably your best bet.
Good to know.
thank you.
Is there anything more you can tell us about this place?
Well, I disarmed a lot of the traps that were here. they were hurting. I got caught in a couple of them and realized that if I wanted to explore, that I would have to deal with it myself.
Do you know what the purpose of these traps was, apart from snaring people, of course?
I don't know. I found this place and I made it my home. It was nice. I don't have to deal with people.
To that.
But I'm going to try and help people that get caught and are obviously curious to put the traps around here.
You know why they grow.
What grows?
I'm gonna
The
point
symbols.
back to the one that looked like it was growing.
Oh, those are new. You see him like stand up straight, just like an otter at like attention. You see the eyes just turn this bright white. Oh. They're harmless. They just like feeding on the wills of people. But they're harmless. Once
Sounds
they
perfectly harmless.
see, I'll show you. He kind of just skitters along, kind of climbs up a wall a little. You just give him a poke. Boop. All you hear is. You see, like, the whole thing kind of just disperse. You see just like a tiny slit open up into what looks to be like a chaotic realm, and whatever the dust that had exploded out gets sucked right on through.
Huh.
Interesting.
I told you,
You must
harmless.
move. Thank you.
You say these are new. Have you seen anyone before us come in?
There was a dwarf and a drow.
So
They
the
seem to be arguing.
Uh,
makes sense.
We know them. That's par for the course.
Well, I hope they're doing okay. But if you guys don't have any questions or need help, I'm going back to fishing.
Good luck.
Good luck, yes.
Enjoy yourself.
Thanks again.
Thank you. He just kind of climbs off the wall, follows the pathway. Oh, wait, sorry. Turns around. Kind of snaps his little paw fingers. And you see one of the traps on the floor just cuckoo. That one would have hurt you. It just skitters off.
An interesting fellow.
Let's get the hell out of here.
It's when you think you've seen it all.
Always good to make new
There's-
friends, eh?
Always more to see in nature.
Aye.
That was for you, Otter.
So we will, or at least I will, stick to the center and try and make my way through. See how safe it is.
I would like all of you to make perception or investigation checks. I would say perception because you're not really like putting two and two together. You're just trying to see what's different.
Eh.
And now that you know what you're looking for, the DC is set quite low.
That's
So
comfy.
that'll be an 8
Oh,
for
no.
me.
Okay, so
9.
8, 9. Okay, Amethyst.
12.
Well, wow.
I know. The 3.
Ooh.
Was don't you have reliable talent or?
No.
It's the multi-class. Yep.
Yeah, I know you have the multi-class, but I figured you were high enough in Rogue to have reliable talent.
No, I'm only level 7 in Rogue.
Ah, gotcha. Ochre.
7.
Cobalt.
Oh no.
14.
Garnet.
13.
Pearl.
18.
Oh, thank goodness.
And Jade.
8.
Wow. Well, given that the DC was significantly lower, knowing that you were told to go in a single direction, you can see why some people could get caught in this thing. Because they look like the rest, but you trust. I'm assuming you're trusting the otter in following the line. And so, yeah, you head on through this hallway with ease, without trouble, with ease. Wow. Clearly, I'm firing on all cylinders tonight. Give me a second.
Yo, that was
Cylinders.
me yesterday.
Give me a second.
Rubbing off on you.
I'm gonna stuff my face with a energy drink. Uno momento, s'il vous plaît.
That was me all day yesterday.
Yeah. Earl, I'm sorry I got you caught in a thing that hurt you.
Sometimes learning hurts.
It really
You're right.
does. Fan.
At the least it was just that and not
When in doubt, generic brand.
fireball. When in doubt, off-branded out.
At least it wasn't a fireball out of someone's rear end.
Oh, that would have hurt.
Why do I get the sense that happened in a previous iteration of Falskallan?
There we
Nope. Just on Monday.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh,
I
really?
gotta watch that show now.
Yeah, it was my character. I downed myself with it, by the way.
Of course you
Wild
did.
magic surges,
Wild,
baby.
Yep, wild magic sorcerer.
Oh, they're
Black
so good.
fireball.
You guys start going through the hallway, and you eventually hit a set of barred doors. It's a double. It's like a French style door. There's a bunch of metal spikes and like heavy wood that have been placed in front of it.
Locked or anything, or just...
Do you test to see if it's locked?
After the hallway, I'll let the one who's good at that go first. And this
Just check for
time,
traps.
I'll remember to give her guidance, because I'll remember I have it.
Check for traps. While walking up, like at the door, is there anything in front of the door?
Anything in front of the door? No. Okay, make an investigation check.
Okay. Just check it out. 11.
11? Okay. You start looking around. You don't see anything that's out of place.
Just staring, looking around, and just looks at Amethyst.
I'll take my thieves' tools out. Is it locked?
You go to the door, you test it. It is locked. Just
And obsidian, this isn't trapped.
Don't believe it's trapped. Nothing like the previous room. I'm not sure about the other side, though. I could use the foot key.
The what key?
The
The
foot
foot
key.
key. Jade taught me the foot key.
On just about
Oh.
every door.
Understood.
What is it with green people and about their foot through doors?
I
Oh,
don't have
squid.
mending
Oh,
right now,
squid.
y'all.
I'll take my thieves' tools out and I'll start trying to open it.
Okay, make a lockpicking check. So it's I believe it's just your dex plus your proficiency.
Does that
Assume,
count as an ability check?
oh, sorry, not lockpicking. It's dexterity. Dexterity plus your proficiency.
Yeah, because I'm proficient with these tools.
Yeah, so it's a dex check.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just like, just do the thing. I don't care. There's a number to it. Just give me a number. I'll be happy.
18.
Is
18. Okay. You start putting the lock picks in. You start going, okay, 1 tumbler, 2 tumbler, 3, twist, click, and release. There it is. It lets go. You hear this. You go to try the door. You fail to realize that there's a secondary lock.
Great.
As you hear this, as you do this, all you hear in your head, Amethyst, this is Felix. We're in position.
Okay. I'll let the group know. The Ballbuster Brigade is in position. So we'll keep moving forward. I'll try and unlock this door as well.
Okay, make another lockpicking. Yeah, do the thing, Julie.
That's a 17 this time.
Okay, secondary lock. This one actually comes out a lot easier. You're just like, oh, wow, simplistic. And it opens up. You just very clear. You walk yourself right into what looks to be the underreaches of Castle Onver.
Are there any windows or anything for us to see, whether it's, day, night, lighting outside?
No, there's no indication of outside light to tell you if it's day or night. You just know that you're starting getting into the rest periods. Obsidian, the draw is absolutely strong. It's palpable. It almost feels like it's anxiety inducing.
Slips her hand and grasps at her chest in the cloak. Suddenly, so do we move forward or are we resting? Are they okay?
Ballbuster Brigade seems fine. They're in place. They know what comes next. I say we continue moving forward. The only one that was injured here was Pearl.
Agreed.
It's been an easy ride so far. I'm expecting it to get a lot worse as soon as we walk through this door.
Just as a preparatory measure, I'm going to cast individually Dark Vision on the 3 who do not have Dark Vision and do not have goggles.
Yeah, I hold down.
I will burn my 3 second level slots for that.
Bravo 2 going dark.
Yeah. When they pull them down, you notice the lenses are garnet as well.
It lasts for 8 hours for each of you, and it's a 60-foot dark vision.
Nice.
Appreciate it.
feeling off.
There's rings of power on.
This place is weird.
A prequel to
Whatever is happening here is not normal.
Are you doing okay? You seem more on edge even on a normal day.
You know my nature.
That's why I'm concerned.
It's itching, and I'm being pulled. Whatever's happening here has got some sort of tie. It's threaded with whatever's weaved in me.
That is terrifying.
It may as well be, if it is what I think it may be.
And what might
Not that I
that
want.
be?
Hmm. What?
And what might that be?
It is a first for me. But my elders speak of a pool. It is more of a sensation than a description. An instinct to meet.
Meet with what?
It's not her head, no.
Obsidian, I don't want to be indelicate, but now is not the time for subtlety.
This is all but pure subtlety. I do not know what this is. But the closer we get, the more forceful this tug is.
Let us know if you think it becomes a problem.
It's not a problem. It's exciting.
Somehow that doesn't make me feel any better.
Hmm.
Do not worry. He walks forward.
I follow.
Same.
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 You guys head in, and what looks to be the underreaches of Castle Onver. It is very, I wouldn't say the word desolate is an apt description, but it's very lonely. It's dark. There isn't any sources of light coming in. You're very much in the dark down here. And so what you see is very much like old elven architecture that has not been upkept and not maintained. So it is very dusty and dingy. Not a lot of very decorative things that have been left down here. It seems very bare bones and basic. You walk in and you see basically like a Y split into the path. There's no straight way. There's no T intersection. It's very much you go one way, you go another. Obsidian, you feel a draw to the right-hand side.
Is this where Sabrak's map ends?
This is where Sabrak's maps end. He was charged to find a way to get into Castle Onver.
You just see Obsidian halt and turn her head to the right. And she looks at everybody else and then nods to the right.
Looks like we go that way then.
All right.
Garnet,
Aye.
I still feel your unease. You have all right to stop me.
It's not you I'm worried
Uh-oh.
about. Sorry.
Or go in a different direction. I'm just following my gut.
I've trusted your gut this far. You are not what I'm worried about in terms of danger. I do worry about what this might bring out for you, what this might do to you. But I've no doubt that wherever you lead this party is where we're supposed to be. What I worry about is what we don't know.
You to bear everything of me and my soul and my broken heart. I've changed, though. I've learned, though. Do not be afraid of what will happen to me.
No, well. If anything does, you'd hardly be the first monster in this crew anyhow.
Cobalt is quite the monster.
Not who I was talking about, but aye.
It was a joke. Hmm.
I appreciate it. Just, well, don't go throwing yourself at anything solo when you've got this at your back.
I've learned that, yes. The feeling turns right.
Is everyone ready?
Cranks back the crossbow and does the bonus action to slice his hand on the crank and put the crimson rite of flame on it.
Now, when you put the crimson rite on there, do you imagine it lighting the bolt that is loaded on fire?
I imagine it kind of like giving the bolt a glow. So kind of like almost like the blood sort of seeps in and causes embers to start seeping into the bolt, but it doesn't really get, white hot fire until he shoots.
Okay, so there's no you don't imagine it being an actual ignition.
Yeah, like it's not a torch or anything.
Got
More
it.
like priming the pan.
Yeah.
Before
All right.
we move, I'm going to cast Longstrider at 4th level so that I can target the 4 party members who are not monks, discluding myself.
I mean, if you wanted to include yourself, I've got 45 speed.
I have plenty of speed when shifted, decent amount when not shifted. I had to be real picky on spells for him, thinking like, how would he cast stuff? Because he can't cast while shifted. It'd be a lot of preparatory stuff or utility stuff. So, Amethyst, Garnet, Jade, and Obsidian get an extra 10 feet of movement for the next hour.
Nice.
Sweet. Thank you.
As you guys are starting to do this prep, you hear another message alluring. Alluring. Felix. We're in position. Don't know what the sign is. Give us the word. This will be the last message. I'd need to conserve my spells.
You can reply to this message.
Did we discuss a sign or anything like that? I think it was just as soon as we finish the job, we contact the general. The general gets us out of there.
Yeah. But for the distraction.
Well, we're in the castle now. Do we want to send the Ballbuster Brigade in as a distraction now, or wait a little bit until we're a little bit deeper?
Probably a good time now. Everyone is tired, starting to bed down.
I'll respond back and say, go ahead and start the distraction. We're en route.
You hear a reply. Tobias, do your thing.
No.
That's the end of the message.
You just shake her head and just.
You suddenly feel an Oscars in memoriam moment pop up in front of you. No. With the order given, you guys are heading forward. You guys start moving forward. At this point, I'm assuming you're following Obsidian's instinct.
Yep.
Are you doing this stealthily?
I will.
Attempt to.
Attempt to. All right, everybody make a stealth check, please.
Yeah, like, I want to try.
Holy shit, I rolled above a 10 for once tonight.
Oh,
Hey!
It was actually
There we
a
go.
hell of a roll.
Okay, so Jade,
11.
11. Pearl,
21.
Garnet,
18.
Cobalt,
7.
yeah.
He don't give a shit. He's just kicking doors.
Cantankerous to the end.
So the big dragonborn in metal is stealthier than the old man.
The cobblestones on my knees make it hurt.
Oh, down here. God damn it.
Hoker,
27.
Amethyst,
Honey.
Obsidian.
0.
Blank, blank, blank.
Every step is a message.
Yeah.
With
I
that
mean,
intimidation
yeah.
modifier, she doesn't care
Yeah.
about stealth.
I don't give a shit.
This is true.
Yeah, you just.
I
I don't
come down
need
the hall
stealth.
like a
I just will
dementor.
every guard to forget me.
Mhm.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
like no. It's literally like that. It was like the Batman the Animated Series thing. The guard opens the door, walks in, just goes, turns around, walks back out. The other guard comes in. You find any problems? Nope. Just keeps on walking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smartest
down the
henchman ever.
Yep. Nope.
But moving forward with a couple of you guys struggling with the fact that stealth is not exactly easy in plated armor or old man knees.
Little knee replacements, you know.
Yeah. In the next 50 years, I got a hip replacement. It's going to be great. You guys start following Obsidian's instinct. Moving forward, you come into like a cross section and left. You start moving. It's weird that there isn't any guards down here, but then you come to the realization, why would the guards be in an underground place that's been left? That's been left, like, to be forgotten or not used. It takes you 20 minutes of weaving in and out, trying to be careful. And because of all you having your dark vision, this makes life so much easier. Every step you get closer, Obsidian, the draw is insane. You're clamoring just to get to where this is leading you. You eventually turn a right into a very long hallway. And at the end of it, you see a set of closed doors, but through the cracks and the seams, you see this blue light, almost like pulsing blue light that is coming through.
The cloak again.
Pardon, what was that?
She's clenching the cloak. Like grabs at her chest again. Kind of heaving a bit.
You feel that this is the place.
I think we're here. It is getting heavy. Can I when I get when I get within 60 feet of that door, I would like to cast Divine Sense.
Okay. You start moving forward, and everything in this hallway is very much just nondescript. It's elven architecture that's been left. The floors look like they've been recently trounced upon, but that's about it. Nothing else. As soon as you get within 60 feet, you do it. You feel a very, very heavy, like, divine aura coming off of it. What does it look for specifically?
You can detect good and evil. Until the end of your next turn, you can sense anything affected by the hollow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet. That is not behind total cover.
Yeah.
Any sort of aura from the door or anything like that?
The aura from the doors, it's a heavy celestial and fiendish aura.
Yep. Does it feel like them? Does it feel like my kin?
Best way you can describe it. It does feel like it.
We see her pause abruptly and turns around quick to look at all of you.
Everything okay?
There might be a fight.
I assumed that as soon as we crossed the door. Why do you say that now?
This is different, though. It feels like me. It feels like things like me. And it may be a problem. If it is creatures of kin, they may not be as understanding and enlightened as I am. Mm, mm. What, Garnet?
It's all right. We'll just kill them.
Let me go in first.
Alone?
Not alone. But just let them see me first. It may they I don't even know if there's any in there. It just feels like them. She turns around and walks towards the door.
Alrighty. You start walking towards the door. Everybody's following suit, I assume, given the conversation that has just been entailed.
Yup.
Mhm.
Just in case, I'm gonna cast Fire Shield on myself. Just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case.
You walk up to the door, and it's slightly ajar. You push up and in, and what you see is cages of people, mixtures of human and tiefling inside. A lot of them look really hurt. You see in this room tables and implements on the walls that look surgical in nature. The scent of blood is strong, but as soon as you step in, the overwhelming feeling of this, like the celestial and the fiendish feelings, is almost overtaking you. But you maintain your composure.
Do I see any guards or anybody patrolling that could be the captors?
No, you don't see that, but there is a shut door. Again, same as what you saw down the hallway. Another slightly ajar door that has these waves of aura coming through. It's very much like a blue magical pulse, almost like an aurora borealis kind of seeping through, just weaving through the door and creating these sensational lights that everybody can see.
Finger up to my mouth, like
One more time.
Sorry, could you say that again?
holding up. I go up to one of the captors and holding up my a finger to my quote unquote mouth, the red fangs, and doing like a shush motion.
Yeah, you see this tiefling, like lavender skin, orange hair, and the horns coming up and back. It very simplistic and wearing very simplistic clothing. He just looks up and he's scared. He looks visibly scared and just shakes his head in agreement. And everybody else around kind of gets the point.
To look at looking in the direction of Amethyst and kind of doing like a finger point to Amethyst and kind of beckoning her forward.
I'll
Tapping
walk
the
forward
lock.
towards her.
Mhm.
Um,
And tap the lock. They need to go.
we want to let them go now and not after this fight is over.
Hmm.
How do you know they're not going to step on any of the plates we avoided so carefully? The rooms behind us were dangerous, especially for commoners.
At least stay probably at the entrance, at least. These halls look abandoned.
As you guys are
Um.
talking, you notice you see the one tiefling that you told to shush. He comes up, grabs, and grabs you. And he says, The Baron. The Baron is in there. The Baron and his wife. Be careful. Kind of just sits back. Like he grabs through the cage.
Right.
As soon as that happens, Amethyst steps back.
Gently at his wrist. Did they do this to you?
Like scared.
What do they do?
He, hurt. Hurt.
How many other cages are there in this room?
There's about 6 other cages.
All filled with tieflings?
And humans.
Tieflings and humans.
Good and evil, celestial, and abyssal
And
type
fiend,
of
I believe.
fiend sensation. Are they hovering around the captives, or is it just like this whole room now? Is there any of it?
It's everywhere. You're getting pings from everybody. Like the tieflings in front of you kind of make sense given that they've been marked as fiendish blood. But there's 2 strong fiendish powers coming through the other sides of those doors.
There's locks on each cage.
Yeah.
The Baron could be out at any time.
Yeah. I grab more of his arm and pull him forward. Amethyst here is going to help you and the others escape. It's best to release me now. Do not interfere her work.
Everyone back away from the doors. We're going to get you out as quickly and quietly as possible.
I'd like for Amethyst, Pearl, and Obsidian to make persuasion checks. Or intimidation, whatever one you wish to try and... Like, don't go for the one that's higher, go for the one that you're actually trying to do.
Wow, it doesn't really matter which one I do.
Do
It's
persuasion,
not
'cause I'm
gonna
not
be
trying to
great.
scare
Yeah, persuasion. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just step
I
away.
mean, I accidentally scare people because it could be intimidation because I just can.
Okay, so Pearl is 5, Amethyst
26.
26, Obsidian.
I'm gonna go intimidation because I just realized I'm accidentally really scary. I rolled a 2.
So
So
that
it's
would make it a
17.
17.
Yeah.
Because you were
So
scary.
like,
I mean,
I don't mean to be scary.
But you just came up and shushed him with red fangs and a black mask.
Yeah. So you see like the sheer terror in his face, and you're having a hard time discerning whether or not it's from you or the situation itself, but it's compliance is very sounds very good to him.
Everyone else be on guard. Anything could happen at any minute. Can anybody else pick locks, or am I the only one here? I mean, I know there's the foot key.
I was gonna.
Yes, I was about to.
Depends
You
on how
see
quietly you
obsidian.
want them picked.
I think
Yeah, like
the Baron's on the other side of that door. We do this quiet, we do this fast.
I'm going to aim my crossbow at the door and ready a shoot action for if anything wearing armor or obviously hostile walks out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be
Darn it.
giving
So I'd like,
Amethyst guidance.
let's say
Which-
Amethyst, I'd like for you to make just one general lock picking, so dexterity, with proficiency check, please.
And what's guidance? Guidance is
At a
Plus
D4.
4. Or yeah, D4.
plus a d4.
Yep.
Okay. 21.
These locks are super easy. They seem to be very bare bones and basic. And it's funny, you start going through these, it's like, oh, 30 seconds for this one, 10 seconds for this one. This one's not even locked.
That's a huge red flag in Amethyst's mind, how easy these locks are, how many of them, the fact that one's unlocked, she's on high alert. Still
But
continue.
you still continue on, and you do that. You open the cages up, and do you start guiding the people out, or do you like just tell them just wait here and then?
I just tell them to wait here.
Okay. And given your persuasion checks from beforehand, yeah, that's yeah, they will definitely seem like they're complying. Whole walks of different people.
Okay, everybody's free. They're here. She turns to the group of them. If anything happens, can you defend yourselves?
They're all look like they're wearing very much rags and very weakened. It looks like they've been held here for a while. And so frailty looks to be their strongest suit at this point.
Maybe have them wait right outside the door.
Okay.
Read.
I have 2 extra daggers and some rations. I'll hand the 2 daggers to whoever seems the strongest, so to say, in case anything does happen, and I'll give them all of my rations.
Okay. You start handing the daggers out, and like everybody starts doing kind of the same thing.
I'm going to give the regular shield and some basic leather armor out too that I have.
I'll give up some of my normal javelins so they have something.
Regular long sword and a crossbow, and I give bolts to them.
I have some hand axes and think I still have chainmail.
Mm-hmm. So you start arming these poor folks, and it looks very much like a ragtag army at this point. It's kind of pathetic to see, in all honesty. But you're giving them the best shot to try and survive anything, if anything does come.
So I'm getting armor since I clearly don't know how to put any of it on.
Yeah. So you're gonna take the 10 minutes to try and get them to don this armor?
No, actually, I was going, here you go. Never mind. God damn. Do you not know how to put boots on? Put the boots on.
All right.
All right.
Revolutionary Axis. What are you doing?
Getting ready to breach the door.
There are two fiends. I feel 'em. Baron and his wife. Well, at least it's that and not them.
I know there's not much you can tell us about it, but do you at least know who them might be?
Huh. I very much know who them is. The hunters of evil and monsters.
I was waiting on that.
I wasn't even trying to cue it up.
No. My people, my kin. If you think I'm dangerous, you should see them. I'm actually holding back a good bit.
Well,
And it's not just one, it's many. But that was long ago. I think I got rid of them. They should be dead.
You hear a voice coming from the center of the group. I'm waiting.
Voice we recognize?
No.
And watching us.
You look around, you don't see anybody. Come on through the door. We'll have a chat. It's still centered in the center of your group.
How long has
Yes,
it
we
been
do.
since we walked in the door?
Given that you've been taking all this time, a good 5 to 10 minutes.
Do you think he knows that we're here?
I'm gonna go open the door.
I'd like for all of you to go to Roll20.
Oh boy.
Oh. Oh, pretty.
Cool.
Ooh.
Nice.
So
You walk
pretty.
through the door, and all you see is basically an aurora borealis encircling the room. At the end of this giant hallway, you see this giant blue sphere shifting and twirling in this chaos of arcane divinity and fiendish evils and natures because of the divine sense that happened. You can determine that this is what it is. In front of it, you see two drow, a male in full plated armor, beautifully luscious blonde hair with silver gleams coming right down. His face is chiseled and very pointed, but looks very fierce. Beside him is a woman in this flowing black dress, heavy V, showing off a heck of a lot of cleavage going on there. But the blonde hair swirled right back. With a bit of fur draping the shoulders, she walks with this suave and grace as if alluring amethyst couldn't do it better. They both look. And you hear from the center of the room, or from the center of your group again, it's about time you've come. So, I have a proposal. Care to listen, or are you going to attack me?
I'll listen.
Start slowly walking. Yes, start slowly walking forward.
Same.
I'll listen, but I'll approach. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to go home, Obsidian. The sorrow, the lamenting. I've heard so much. It's about time I finally figured a way to lure you here.
Just silent and slowly walking forward.
I mean, if all you're going to do is attack me, then do it.
I am here to listen for now.
Somebody who at least understands a negotiation? These tieflings, these celestial beings, what do they call themselves? The Asimar. They want to go home. They're connected to another plane. I want to send them back. I've heard you betrayed your own kind. But I figured you'd wanted to go back and lament there. You're still stepping forward?
I hold wherever I'm at. I hold when he says that, when he finishes his statement, and just tilt my head.
I'm sticking near her.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you so interested?
Oh, so that okay. Why am I interested in you? Or everything? You're coming in very quiet, honey.
Are you? Are you interested in me? Am I a key for something?
Yes, you are. I could sit around here and lie the whole thing, but let's just be honest and to the point. I already have you here. One way or another, I'm going to use you. So, I'd rather you do it with your own volition. Think about it. Everyone here gets to go home.
There is no home for me.
Are you sure about that, fallen one?
You seem to know a lot about me, and not just my being, but of everything. I don't know much of who I am, so why would I follow recklessly into whatever you want?
I thought reckless was a part of your nature. It's why you're here, isn't it? To endlessly follow into whatever instinct drives you. That in itself is reckless.
Is a tiger's instinct to stalk their prey reckless as well or powerful?
Only when it stalks the wrong prey. But do I look like prey to you?
Very much so. You feel like prey.
He turns to the wife. Be a dear.
What'd you say?
Be a dear. And she nods. You see wings sprout from her back. These very fiendish looking wings. She starts taking off. Starts swerving around, just flying. Well, I'm waiting.
For death. And I get my wings out, and it is shattered glass wings, tethered by dark mist, holding it in this type of sharp and reflecting thorny mess. Almost like the glass was broken to be messy, but also majestic in a feather-like shape. And it's just reflecting the light off of like the purple and the blues, but some of the glass are void of reflection. Some misty, like a quartz. And from my helmet sprouts different shards of glass, different mixtures of colors of glass that aren't of mine. And only a few have seen this form, and that is Jade and Garnet has seen it, but at a glimpse.
Mhm.
Not sure if it was a dream or not, but Jade has seen it mostly. And it's like a horns coming from my helmet with a little bit of a halo behind. You seek battle. You yearn to be dominated and condemned to doom. And I would like to start rushing forward.
Go ahead.
Okie dokie. Okie. We also mark that I have Celestial Revelation going on.
I'm gonna aim my crossbow at the flying one and just hold.
Zoom out a bit. Like 30 right there.
You said what was it that's behind them? The magical phenomena going on?
It is a blue spherical orb that is producing a lot of this aurora. And it's like whips of chaos kind of like flipping right out, and it's swirling absolutely like rapidly and chaotically. It's going back and forth. So you're running forward. What are you doing? What are you doing, Obsidian? Come on.
I am.
What are you doing?
Oh shit! How much movement do I have with that
Sticking
spell?
with her.
Because
Hold on. No. It's Obsidian's time. No. If you're
How
all
much
running
is
in,
it?
I'm calling initiative. If she's doing it, I'm not doing it yet.
Oh no, I'm just sticking somewhat near her.
How much
You have
movement?
10
No, but if
feet. 10 feet of extra movement.
Okay.
No, if you're going with like this is her thing, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because
10
y'all going
feet.
in, it's initiative time.
Okay.
Is this all like natural stone around us?
Yeah, it looks like it was a part of the castle.
Okay.
All right, so Obsidian, what are you doing?
The real shit. There's so many things. What is this? I know ASMRs get that dread aspect thing. Hold on, I gotta open another tab of D&D Beyond. Thank you, D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
They're
Hashtag
showing
sponsored
some
content.
details, but not all of them. That's okay.
Basically, all my power is going into this one hit, and it's going to be really, really cool.
And that, yeah, one trick pony. Okay, where am I? Yeah. Yeah, creatures other than your allies within 10 feet of you that you can see must succeed a charisma saving throw, or become frightened of you until the end of your next turn. Okay, I also do extra necrotic damage.
Okay, so you're going to try and frighten them?
Right. Yeah.
That's 25.
Oh, you beat it. Which I'm not surprised because
He's not
it's
frightened
him.
of you.
Yeah, like it's him. Okay. That's fine. I would like to attack.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going in with a swing with my sword.
Okay, do it.
All right. Stuff and things and stuff.
I know it's as basically after this attack goes through, you know what I'm gonna say. So
Hell
everybody
yeah.
get ready.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. How do I do this? All right.
I'm fucking ready.
Yep. Rolling. There's a O's. Okay. There's a 23 hit.
Yep.
Thinking. Oh, does it hit or not hit?
Yeah, it hits. Oh, sorry. Did
sorry.
that not come through?
No. That's why I was like, I want okay. Okay. Y'all, I haven't done this part before.
It's okay. It's a lot, especially like I'm throwing a level 13 encounter at you guys. It's a lot. So we're probably going to be going late. Just letting you know.
That's okay.
But if you all have to bow, if like one of you has to bow out, I've totally respect.
My classes are all online tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Work starts at 8 for me. I'm going to liberally use that.
Just for clarification on my end, JT, is this a full 10 minutes past when we entered the last room?
I would do that.
So you're talking about when you've entered this chamber?
The previous room with the people.
Yeah, 10 minutes have totally gone by since.
Okay.
So
That's
I need to
regular.
Oops.
All right.
Okay, so I am going to put some of that good old divine smite into this shit. So wait, so it is. Okay, let's go ahead and I'm going to go at 3rd level divine smite. So that is stuff. So that'll be 4d8. Right? Each deliver max 5d8. Yeah, because so 4d8, 1 plus 3 is a 4. And then is he a fiend or an undead?
He is a fiend.
Alright, so that'll be extra 5d8 damage to undead fiends. Okay, well.
You about to have to do a lot of math.
This is Armageddon. Here we go.
Okay, I need to take this glove off. I need to use a calculator, y'all. I'm not good at that. No, I'm serious. I'll lose count.
Nuclear bud.
Okay, you just tell me the numbers if you want.
I got this. Okay. Nice. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I rolled the regular sword damage plus 11 to that regular sword. And then for the necrotic shroud, I get an extra necrotic damage equal to my proficiency bonus, which is I have so many tabs open plus 5. That's 54 damage.
54 damage? Okay.
54 damage to the first attack.
Okay,
And
so
then
do you want to just roll everything, or do you want me to explain?
go ahead and explain if it's something that happens right after that first swing. Because I'm going over the second one. Unless it's something that interrupts.
No, it's nothing that interrupts. Just want to know if you're going in full force of fury.
Yeah, I'm making it into the second attack.
So you're just blind swinging at this point?
Oh yes, I'm becoming a executioner. Trying to be. I'm going. 17 plus 11.
Yeah, that'll hit.
28. Okay.
You know, I'm going to save you some time here. You take all of your swings. The first one coming in with a full-blown baseball, the necrotic shroud, everything, the pure fury and hatred coming behind you. Right through the body.
Howard.
And then you hear behind you.
Hide.
Then all you hear behind you is, my turn. Appearing right behind you, sword out, stabs right behind. Getting advantage because you're being harried. You are lucky. You are very lucky. That's a natural 19. I was fishing for that crit.
At disadvantage.
You didn't get
I
frightened.
have cloak of displacement.
Okay. Oh, that's the case. 23.
That hits. That just hits.
So with that, so we'll do this. So that'll be that'll be 12 slashing damage. And that'll be 17 necrotic damage.
I'm resistant to necrotic. What does it equal? 17 is that 7? 9.
Yeah. So 9?
What
All
was
right.
the
So,
damage?
yeah, 9.
That should be 8.
What?
You round
If it-
down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 8. Thanks.
Almost
So-
always round down.
Yep. So that's 8 points of damage. You feel the life essence as this sword stabs right into you. You feel the life essence getting drained. You lose 4 hit points of health permanently.
Oh.
And as he looks into your eyes, you see his eyes just burn into a fiendish fury. And he's going to say, now run. As he does that, make a wisdom saving throw, please.
With advantage because Heroes Feast.
With advantage because Heroes Feast.
Yay.
I had to keep reminding myself that we have that.
I realize the futility of asking a wisdom saving throw on a paladin, but
Yeah, that's 28.
Damn.
you feel the fear in his eyes come out and grasp at you. But because of your pure fury, hatred, and dread,
Oh, I'm immune to being frightened.
that
We
too.
all are.
Oh.
Ah,
Heroes feast.
well, you should look at that. Well, he doesn't
Unintentional
know that.
great. That's true.
He doesn't. He doesn't know that. Everybody, roll for initiative.
He
Hell
doesn't know
yeah.
that we had the most amazing meal.
Yep.
He ate Taco Bell.
I mean, now, do I take the rest of the attack actions that he has? Nah, we're gonna start this off like that.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
Okay, so 25 to 20.
22.
Oh.
With a nat 20.
Nat 20 for 22. So hold on, and Jade?
21.
22. Pearl, 21. Jade. Okay. In 20 to 15.
19.
16.
16. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I got my tabs all mixed up here.
Yeah, I have like it's out of order. I need to put.
Okay, so that was Obsidian. Okay, 15 to 10. Garnet?
11.
11. Okay, 10 to 5.
7.
7 and 8.
6.
7 and 6. Jeez.
Y'all are monks. What?
Right?
Slow and
I
steady
rolled
wins the race, young one.
All right, and I guess that's everybody, is it?
We're also in the
5.
back too.
5 to 1. Cool. With that, Pearl, you're up. Jade, you're on deck.
For clarification, there are 2 of him visible?
Yep.
Okay. And the one in front of her, she just swung straight through?
Yep.
Okay. So you hear this strange combination of a roaring fire and a roaring dragon. As I use my bonus action to cast Draconic Transformation. And my actual action to wild shape into a fire elemental. And it creates this very unique visual for Pearl of a large-sized fire elemental with a little bit of age. There's bits of them that are like the flames are tipped with a little bit of cindering black smoke. There's a little bit of like coal at the feet, and there are these ethereal wings made of like somewhat transparent flames from the Draconic Transformation. And just because it's fitting, the face kind of resembles this, as one eye doesn't work. And
oh, he's a droopy elemental.
And up one of the arms, there are a lot of tattoos, which are no longer very tattoo-like. Now they're different color flames of whites and blues and purples all up the arm, in patterns that make you think of stone, water, fire, air, the different elements. And I'm going to charge forward.
All right, you do that. All right, so charge on forward. Does it change your size with you as well?
Yes, I become huge sized.
Huge.
Wait, you say
Ooh.
huge?
Oh, wait. No, not huge. Sorry, that's the wrong shapeshift. That's a normal beast. Large sized.
Okay.
Yes, large elemental. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna
there
do-
are
would have been funny.
so many new things for me right now.
It's okay. I asked you guys to do to do something new, so this is probably going to be a little bit of a growing pain. Here you go, bud. You got yourself a fire elemental token for yourself.
Sweet. I'm gonna just like drag my. I'm gonna just like
bring him to the bottom of the map. Don't worry about it, or I'll do that.
Yep, that'll work. Boom. And give me a second. I have spent both actions, so I only have movement. So that simplifies a lot. I think.
Okay.
I gotta pull up a couple things. Okay, no, I could still do it at this. "60-foot cone." We're gonna
Just
move.
note that she's up in the air about 30, 40 feet.
Okay.
So,
I'm gonna
just-
move up to him. He is shorter than me now, so am I able to catch them both in a 60-foot cone without hitting obsidian?
No, at that where you're angled right now, it kind of you are going to be clipping obsidian.
If
With how everything kind of works out.
If I just go, you know what? We're gonna do this simply. We're gonna cross. Started here-ish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. We're gonna cross through him and breathe a 60-foot cone towards her as part of the Draconic Transformation casting.
Okay.
So, as a fire elemental, passing through him, you know this better than I do. Creature that touches the elemental or hits it with a melee attack. So passing through him, he takes 1d10 fire damage.
Okay.
That's a d8. So 4 fire damage. And the cone for her is a dex save.
Okay, so what is it?
It's a dex save. On a failed save, she takes 68 force damage.
What is the number?
Oh, the number. Boop, 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 boop. DC. 17.
Yeah, that won't do it. That's a 12.
Okay. I need to roll a lot of dice. Give me a sec.
Oh,
It's 68 force damage, so...
Oh.
3.
oh.
Where's my dice bag? Do you need my dice bag?
No, too many dice will fuck me up.
All right.
Maybe.
For all y'all waiting in the turn order, get your shit ready. Okay?
So much.
8,
What
11,
is it?
14.
Who's after?
Jade. Jade's up. I already informed of the decision. So
18,
nervous gas.
24 damage.
24 damage. Okay.
As I breathe as if dragon's breath, a mass wave of shimmering flames
Okay. So that's your action, bonus action. That's all of it?
That's all of it. I will
You
fly up towards her, but I don't think I have enough to reach her because I only have like 20 feet left.
You turn yourself into this giant fire elemental form, perfectly describing yourself as it happens. You rush right forward. As you do, you see the flames trailing behind you, running right through Baron Eotheth. Oh God, why do I do this to myself? Because it's cool, damn it. Baron Eotheth, causing him to burn and within the wake that you had run right through him. Doing that, you open what seems to be your mouth, and more fire flares right up, engulfing Huinen in this pure fury of flames. As your turn, Jade, you're up.
Okay. So Jade's going to let out a dragon roar of his own. Going to use my bonus action to activate Giant's Might. I'm going to go on the other side of the Baron. And I'm going to take a swing at him using Great Weapon Master.
Okay.
That's not going to be great. I'm assuming a 15 doesn't hit.
A 15 does not.
That's okay. I still got 2 more attacks. That's not much better. Okay, I'm not going to use Great Weapon Master on this last throw, then, because I'm not hitting. So that will be a dirty 20.
A dirty 20? That will hit.
Cool. So he will take... 17 slashing damage, and I'm going to activate my Fire Ruin. He needs to make me a Strength save, DC 18.
So what was the first damage?
17 slashing to start.
Okay, and then strength save.
Yeah, DC 18.
That's a 1.
Oh, so he will take an additional 4 fire damage, and he is now restrained.
He's going to burn a legendary resistance.
Damn him.
I knew it. I was like, there better be legendary resistance, stuff like that.
Hey, at least we're burning them.
Honestly,
Burn as
in the
many as
moment,
you
I
want,
forgot
my
those were the
friend.
thing.
Yep.
Yeah, the monks.
All right. So, sorry, alluring you're up. Just give me 1 second, though. As a legendary action, he's going to turn. He's going to turn and look to you and say, I want you to fight for me. I'd like for you to make a charisma saving throw, please.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait. Is that a charm?
Yes.
Did that feast do anything, or was it just...
Feast don't do anything about
frightening.
charmed. It's
Okay,
frightened.
this one. Okay.
You get a +5 bonus to all your saving throws from me because you're within my aura of protection.
What's the range on your aura?
Yeah.
Within 10 feet.
So it is 10 feet. Okay.
That's +5.
Right next.
Bonus too.
Sweet.
Well, there you go. So I just created an aura for you there, Gibbon.
Oh, thank you. That was wonderful.
So that'll help you recognize who's within your aura. So make a charisma saving throw, please.
13.
With that, you feel the power of his words wean its way into your mind. You have to fight for him. That's
Oh, this
everything.
should be fun.
All right. Time for a layer action. I'd like everybody within, what is it? 20 feet of the orb. So you see the giant blue orb there?
In the center?
Yeah. So like a 20. So right here. Sorry. It shows it up there, but let's just be honest. It's going to be right dead center of the.
Okay, that one.
Yeah. So
20 feet.
nobody. You
You
feel
wanna-
this.
Create an aura on that thing?
I don't have it as a separate thing.
Oh,
We can use me.
Don't you start.
We got a
You know
spare
what?
me token.
You know what? We're going to use
oh
this
my
night.
god! Don't!
We're going to use the nightmare token.
Oh my
I hate
god.
you.
Once
I
again,
don't
it
wanna
comes back to
I need to not think
mean-
about that.
We can just
There you
draw
go.
a circle.
Got it.
Yeah, that's true. We could.
I just put an aura on it. I don't know if you can see it or not.
No, I can't
No.
see
I also
Okay, so
don't
I guess
see
it's
hers.
More of the mystery.
Oh, I think it's only controlled by the person.
Mhm.
Ah.
I know there's a way to make it visible, but I haven't
Oh.
messed with it much.
That.
Hey,
Ah.
there we go.
Oh,
Okay, so there you go. You see this pulse flare out from this orb. Since none of you are around, it is unaffected. Alluring.
Okay. I'm pretty far away, but that's
Yeah.
fine. So I'm gonna do
The Baron's up next.
all 3 of my Eldritch Blasts on the Baroness.
3? I only thought you had the 1.
I have 3 because it's my total level.
Got it.
Yes.
buddy
Yeah.
of mine pointed that out during last game.
Okay.
Appreciate because I was only doing 2.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I'm
Perfect.
gonna do
Thank you.
on the Baroness. So the first one is a 19 to hit.
That will not hit. Actually, no, sorry, I'm wrong. That will hit.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Panic.
Second one is 16 to hit.
16? That will not hit.
Okay. And then the third one is a 28 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
So I'm gonna do 2d10 of damage on her. Let me get my d10s. There they are.
Oh, wait.
Is 17 points of damage on her. Eldritch Blast.
So how many points?
17 of
Seven-
force damage.
Got it. Okay. So from your location, you've got a good eye on the Baroness. It's the way the arches are everything going on is kind of like up and down, back and forth, but you're easy at picking your target and figuring out, calculating. Boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom. Firing, flaring these Eldritch Blasts coming out from her hands. It's yeah. It is good. You see it connect, and you feel the force just. It looks like it made a good connection. All right, it's the Baron's turn. All right. With that, during one of the hits, he actually lost his concentration.
This is my buddy.
Yeah.
Does he take any damage for being next to the fire elemental at the start of his turn?
Only if he's within my space. And I actually flew up like 20 feet, so
Oh, okay.
I passed through
Yeah.
him and flew up. Which does light him on fire, I think? Or
You
is that
did
only
do a-
when I touch them?
You only when you went through, that's when it happens. And the only thing that catches on fire are plants.
Not a plant.
See, a Terry?
Is he a tree, bitch?
Does he look like a birch?
That's good.
No.
Oh my
Oh
lord.
man.
The first time you enter a creature's space on a turn, the first time it enters a creature's space on a turn, the creature takes 1d10 fire damage and catches fire. Until someone takes an action to douse the fire, the creature takes 1d10 fire damage at the start of each of its turns.
Okay, so then I will roll 1d10 because I've got good catch on that. All right, good thing with that. He's gonna. Sorry, words. I had hair. He's gonna look at the people around him and go, I'd rather not be here. You see him. You see his form just disappear. Hey, alluring. He shows up right beside you. You look like fun. And that's his turn. Obsidian, you are up.
Sweet.
Baroness is up next.
Okie dokie. Now the quest. This is weird. No, let's see. I don't. Do I know he's charmed?
All you heard, with the sounds of everything going on, you heard him speak a couple words to him, but you never really heard a confirmation on anything.
Okay, that's not my problem. until it is. Remember that wrestle match in the first part? Let's make it with weapons. Seeing her up in the air, I am going to activate my winged boots.
Winged.
Yeah, winged boots. And I am going to start walking up to her.
It's the most obsidian way of doing things. Like,
I know.
You know.
Aggressively walks in the air.
I don't like cardio, okay?
She does the Karen stride.
She has wings, but she's not going to use them. You're not
They
enough
can't
for
fly.
that.
They're flightless wings.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Not worth it.
So you're walking up. Yeah, she's about 30. Did I say 30 feet up?
Yeah, I think so.
You
Yeah,
30 feet up?
Oh, I said 40? Okay, 40 it is.
Okay.
Well,
Oh, no,
not
it's
that.
yeah.
Either way, so you're aggressively asking for a manager up in her direction.
Yeah. Listen, I can't fly. These wings are flightless wings. They're broken.
Okay, but you do that. What are you up to? What are you doing?
I need to picture new things. I had like something completely planned. Oh, yeah. Yes. I'm going to do, and she looks hurt, right? She got hurt.
Yeah, she got hurt. She got hit. It doesn't look like she's thoroughly bloodied or whatnot, but
Oh, but it's perfect. I smell the pain. I want to make a slash shot. I want to make a slash.
okay. So make an attack roll.
That make sure I'm rolling a d20. I'm just like, I just grabbed the dice. I can't really. 21.
21. That little hit.
And I do that one. Hey. So 8. And then I get improved divine 9. So, okay, that's a 20 damage with 5 necrotic damage, so 25.
So 20 damage.
Yeah. 20 damage with slashing, I believe. It's like all different types of damage types because of this paladin stuff.
Yep.
Lord. And then I want to pump a Wrathful Smite at first level. Next time you hit with a melee weapon attack during the spell's duration, so your attack deals an extra 1d6 sidekick damage. Additionally, if the target is a creature, it must make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened of you until the spell ends.
Roll this.
So she has to be a wisdom 19.
That is math 13. So all right, roll your damage. So she's frightened now. Got it.
All right. So, and I roll that damage with my next attack, I believe.
Okay.
I'm going to make a second attack.
Okay, make the second attack.
Yep. Ooh. That's 26 to hit.
26, that'll hit. Okay.
Okay. 6 plus. Numbers. 6 plus.
Man, so much.
3 is 9 plus. So 9 plus 5. 14 plus 11. 25 damage plus the psychic damage, which I already rolled, which is 4. So.
So 25 slashing?
I think so.
Okay.
Wait. Yes. That was 9. So 9 plus the 5.
Yeah. Okay. So then plus 4 is, I've already got it down.
And then plus 11 based like the longsword.
Yeah. So that works. Cool. You keep slashing this creature back and forth. You feel like the actual impact of the sword is not affecting them very well. But the rest of the damage just feels like it's connecting quite well. Okay, so you're going in for another attack? Because I'm assuming you get 3.
Yeah, I want to do another one.
Okay.
Plus 11, 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay. So I have that +1 long sword, and that's 4 plus.
That's it. Jacket's coming off. One of y'all's going in the grave.
10 plus 11 is 20. 21 plus that 5 necrotic, and then the psychic, which is another 4. So, no. So 21 slashing.
Okay, yeah. So with that, is that everything?
Yes.
Cool. So you make these connections, and one upward slash, another one stab right through. You feel the connection of the sword going through this Baroness, but it doesn't feel like the sword itself is not making the damage. It's the actual power behind it with the divinity and everything that works. With that, that is the end of your turn.
Oh, I forgot something important. I'm sorry. This, you may hate this. I have aura of hate which grants myself a +5 bonus to melee damage rolls.
Okay, so I'll add 15 on top of that. Got it. All right, with that, is
the
that
end
your
of my
turn?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. It's now the Baroness's turn. She's gonna. Oh man. She's gonna take her longsword and slash down at you, Obsidian, because you're the one immediately harrying her. Yeah. Is that a 20? Oh yeah, disadvantage. Sorry. Yeah, so that doesn't hit. Okay, going for second attack. Double 18s plus that'll be a 28.
That one hits.
That one hits. Cool. I'm gonna roll for damage on that one. So that's 8 slashing damage. Sorry, that's not right. That's 12 slashing damage. I keep forgetting to put the bonuses on, and then that'll be
Same.
12 poison damage, but I'm assuming you guys are immune to poisons.
Yes.
So that's that there is saving your asses.
Boy, I'm glad I decided to do that. I wasn't even sure I was gonna.
26.
Yeah.
And you get 14 points of damage from that slash. I'm not even going to bother rolling the poison.
What, wasn't she frightened?
Yeah, I did my rolls at disadvantage.
Because remember, one of them was 2 18s.
Okay.
And I got 2 16s on that one.
Okay.
Damn, rolling doubles.
What was the damage?
Yeah.
I don't know why I rolled.
Garnet, you're up next. Just saying.
Yep.
Cool. So if that's the case, that she's going to attempt to fly out of the range.
What's the damage?
I think it was 14.
14 and 12.
That's what it's. Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
14 and 12. So that's what you got.
I got 12. Okay.
Yeah, 14 and 12. All right, so she's going to roll out of the way. You guys have Obsidian. You have a point of a opportunity attack. Just saying. Are you rolling for it? What are you doing? I think you're muted.
Hello?
Hello?
Evan?
I heard something that time. Say something.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Oh, something's going wrong with the tech. We're gonna keep moving keep moving forward. So Garnet, make your turn when it.
Yep.
Even just roll your stuff and DM me the damage or the hit.
All right.
Oprah, you're on deck.
Pearl, is Longstrider still up?
Yeah, it lasts an hour. You guys have
Magnificent.
like 30-ish minutes left.
All right. So, gonna go, well, if everyone's bringing out the goods, try havoc. And just kind of like Wolverine out a bit. And you see, most of you would have seen this at some point with good old enduring Garnet. Basically, the lean Goliath gets a tiny bit brawnier and quite a bit hairier as he kind of turns into this hybrid werebear form. Claws kind of jutting out, teeth and snout extending a little bit. He's still able to wear his armor and use his equipment. But he's quite a bit angrier now. And so, having measured this out, I am going to, thanks to Longstrider, zip up about 55 feet here. And thanks to my crossbow master feat, I'm going to basically execution style put the crossbow against Baron's head and go, why don't you stay fucking put?
Okay. Roll for your thing. You don't get disadvantage because crossbow master.
That is correct.
All right.
So would that mean I do get advantage because harrying?
Yeah.
Yay!
Nice.
Alrighty, that is going to be a lovely 23 to hit.
That will hit.
Alright. So, that is going to be 1d10 regular piercing damage plus 1d8 fire.
Okay, so okay, all right. What you got?
So for the piercing damage, this does count as magical.
Okay.
It's 12 plus an additional 3 fire damage. Am I getting the sense that he's resisting any of that?
You fire the one point blank. It launches into the skin, but it doesn't seem like it's going in quite as far. Even with the magical element in it, it's not.
So
it's definitely not doing that. But the firing, but the fire, it catches on him.
So that being the case, I am going
to point of that. The fire does not catch whatsoever. Cool. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So, noting the resistance, I'm going to use my reaction, take some of the blood off of my still cut hand, draw a rune in the air, and cast the Blood Curse of Exposure on him.
Okay.
So, that takes damage from an attack or spell. I can use this reaction to remove any damage resistances dealt by the triggering attack spell. Lasts until the... Yeah.
So he's got to make a save?
No save.
Just
takes away the just takes away the resistances until the start of the target's next turn.
Oh shit!
Damn.
Yeah,
cool.
That's brutal.
Do it up.
Yep. So
I'm living for it.
And that includes the triggering attack.
Oh, so then that goes through.
Yep.
Okay, let me just read what that.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep. And then as if I. This is not a, so that's a reaction. So my attacks of opportunity are gone. What is not a reaction and just something I can do is cast my Brand of Castigation on him. So, as the arrow sinks in, a set of knotwork lines very similar to the tattoos on my face and arms kind of coalesces fiery out around the wound. I always know the direction of this branded creature as long as it's on the same plane as me.
Okay.
Each time the creature deals damage to me or another creature I can see within 5 feet of me, the branded creature takes 6 psychic damage, and because of the level up, I've got Brand of Tethering, so it can't take the dash action, and if it attempts to teleport or leaves the current plane, it takes 4d6 psychic damage and must make a Wisdom saving throw DC 16 in order to actually do it.
Damn.
Blood Hunter bullshit!
Oh, I thought monks were bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Holy crap.
wow, and there was no attempt to save for that?
Because it
Blame Matt
uses
Mercer.
your health, right?
Some of them do. If I were to amplify the Blood Curse and take away his immunities, that would use my health, and I already did 7 damage to myself to make my crossbow shoot fire.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So with that,
yeah, I do have another attack. If that's
I was going to say, after all that jargon, do you have another attack?
I've got one more attack. So.
Roll it. Let's go. Let's keep this thing moving.
Alrighty, that is a 28 to hit. So we got.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Nice. All right, so that is 11 piercing damage and 1 fire, but it only took away the resistances, not the immunities. So.
Okay, so then. Oh, buddy. Oh, he doesn't like you now.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, fucking hit me.
Boom. He's gonna at the end of your turn. Is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
At the end of his turn, he's gonna take a legendary action. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna hit you 3 times.
Cool. So just so you know, if he deals damage, he's taking 6 psychic every time he deals it.
I don't care.
Nice.
He's going for it.
He mad.
Oh, you made him one saucy bitch.
I killed his wife. I'm just so dead set on it.
Okay, with that, makes.
How dare you be married?
Uh,
I'm the true home wrecker.
okay, so that's 14 to hit.
Doesn't hit. Oh, you
Uh-oh.
bastard.
Uh-oh.
Natural 20. If you want me to take a picture, I will send it to you.
Fuck me up, daddy.
Yeah, good night, everybody.
Why you gotta ruin a good moment?
I think it was enhanced. What do you mean?
It was
Because
enhanced.
the inner them came out.
Yep.
That's true.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I saw the
So-
mommy. I saw the comment of yes, mommy.
So that'll be 8 slashing damage.
All right.
Lord.
And
Is
just
that-
let me you can roll the psychic damage for me as I do my hits. So you just tell me what comes back after I do everything.
It's just a straight 6 damage.
Okay, cool. I'll add that in afterwards.
And is that slashing damage magical?
It is. That's a very good question. Is the silvered sword technically magical?
It's a silvered sword, so I don't have resistance to it. Yay, lycanthropy.
Yep.
But with that, that's also a 15 necrotic damage.
All right, plus 15.
And with that, what is it? Half round down is 7 or 6? 7.
What was the damage?
15.
7.
I don't. The necrotic will still mess me up. Basically, it's mundane kind of.
No, you lose 7 health, life.
Ooh, there we go.
You like, I mean,
Max HP.
your max HP goes down by 7.
Cool, thank you.
All right. I also lied. It's for that. It's also. Oh wait, no. That damage gets doubled. You lose 15 health. You lost. You lost 30 total.
Yeah.
That was part of the sword.
Yeah. 24 that I accounted for, so that's 6 more damage gone.
Okay.
So 15 health off my max, thank you. I will do some math for Bloodhunter bullshit and get back to you after
Yeah,
things
you
have
do
happened.
that. Ochre, you're up.
All right. Well, I'm gonna jazz my way up here. All right.
Vogue.
You know what? I've been thinking. I'm just gonna stab him.
Oh, Cobalt, you're on
So-
deck.
Beat him, Paw.
Dang it. All right. That's gonna be plus 14.
14 to hit.
First hit is 14. Yeah.
That does not hit.
Second hit. 24.
24. That will hit.
All right. That one is doing 10 damage.
Cool.
But then I am going to, rather than take Flurry of Blows, I am going to have my Aspect of the Worm aura. And he has to make a 15 dex check, or he's scared.
A 15 dex check?
Mm-hmm.
What?
You better do a backflip or you're feared.
He's brought it.
Or no, let's see,
It's
because
on.
it was for Aspect of the Worm. Oh no, okay, it was the save DC is based on this, so it's the Wisdom check. My bad.
Your DC is based on your dex.
Yeah, sorry.
Gotcha.
You gotta do a backflip.
It's dance off time.
I mean, I was
backflip.
loving it.
I was like, wait, what? There's a wisdom save off his dex? What? That is that's a 13. So he's afraid.
Right. Yep, for 1 minute.
Okay, he's gonna take that actually. Actually, you know what? Burn another legendary resistance. Why not?
Them all.
He's afraid of the jazz hands?
Wouldn't you be? I mean...
All right. So that's your action, bonus action. What's that? That's it. Done.
No,
Movement.
Yeah,
intimidation's
movement,
too high.
action, bonus
I'm not
action.
afraid of
All
that.
right, Cobalt, you're up. Pearl on deck.
Okay.
So, I have the Ring of Jumping, which basically triples, as a bonus action, I can triple my jump.
Yep.
Which is 3 plus my strength, so that's 5. So triple that, that's 15. I'm doing that correctly?
Yep.
Okay. So can I reasonably jump over this chasm?
Oh, totally. You kidding me? It's like it's a chasm, but it also is like up a bit, so I still count it as like, yeah, you can easily do it. You're just
Okay. And this lady over here is in the air? Correct?
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
she's up in the air. She's kind of like waved down just a little bit. She's about 20 feet there.
That's still too high for my blood. So I'm gonna yay! Hi everybody.
It's busy over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Not ever repeat of last week.
yeah. Hey, we can see each other this time, so that's the important thing. Okay. Well, I guess I'm a monk. I just hit the shit. So I'm gonna hit him.
Okay, hit him.
That is 19.
19. That will not hit.
What? You wonderful person.
Thank you for recognizing that.
Yeah, no, I'm recognizing it so hard. Okay, well, I'm gonna use my other free action to just hit him again.
Okay.
That's definitely not gonna hit. Okay, this is okay. After I take the attack. Oh, I don't have to hit. Cool. So I'm going to take Fury of Blows. Oh,
Should
no,
be.
that was my bonus action in mind.
Yeah, you've already done your bonus action to
no.
move, so.
Oh, no.
So you jump up like a flea. You punch right into the sides of the plate armor, just king, king.
Damn it.
Uh-oh.
This isn't a fair fight.
And with that, it's your turn.
Yeah.
All right, Pearl, you're up. Jade on deck.
Hey, so she's about 20 feet up. I believe it's... I'm at the wrong tool. 1, 2... 6.
You go that way?
That's 30 feet. And I'm going to exude another cone.
Are you...
Oh, you're flying, aren't you?
I'm flying
You're
because of draconic transformation.
Okay, yeah, that's what was throwing me off.
Yeah, it gives me a 60-foot fly speed, 30-foot blind sight, and as bonus action, so another 60-foot cone of shimmering flames go
Just
roaring out
chasing
at her.
around in the air.
Yo, you know, was it Pokemon 2000? I think the first Pokemon movie with the Charizards going at it.
Moving. Keep it moving, man. Keep it
Yeah.
going, man. Keep
We're
it
just
moving.
breathing fire at her. So
Okay.
it says 17 DC
To hit?
for
Or to-
for the breath. It's a 17 Dex save DC.
Okay. Does not make it. Why am I getting the dice I can't roll crap tonight?
You got a nat 20 on me.
But I want it every night.
Every roll.
So if it's,
Every roll.
if it's not a I win, I don't like it. All right,
Holy
so
shit.
if you're gonna keep doing that, I would suggest maybe getting a dice roller.
Did she succeed?
She failed.
So I rolled really high. That's 38 force damage.
Force?
Mm-hmm.
Force.
Force. I have another 30-foot move.
Okay, you breathe out this flaming force that comes out of your face. It impacts her, and you just see it rattles her to a bone. Jesus words.
And we're at the same height, so 5, 10, 15.
She is
20,
hurting.
25.
Very hard.
I will pass through her and ignite her.
Okay.
For D10.
Cool.
Ah!
Cool.
We'll get that later.
Cool. With that, that's it. You're done.
5 damage. The breath is a bonus action. I just have to maintain concentration on the spell. So with my regular action, I will attack her twice with 2 slam attacks.
Jesus, Murphy.
Look, I can only shapeshift once per long rest. It consumes both charges. I gotta make the most of it.
Yeah, I can tell. Jeez. All right, roll your attacks. Let's do this.
Oh shit, that's probably not gonna hit. That's an 8.
No. That does not.
Well, that one might. That's a 24.
That will.
Okay. So that's 2d6. 8. Not 11 fire damage. And
11.
she's ignited. She's already ignited. I passed through her.
Fun point of order. The fire doesn't affect her.
Yeah, I know that, but does he know that? How many fiends does he face? This is a war against regular people.
So you try to ignite her on fire, and it's just not catching for some reason. With that, is that your turn?
Yes.
Jade, up you go.
I'm still charmed, right?
Yep. Alluring, you're on deck.
And Obsidian's what? 40 feet in the air, we said?
Yep.
Cool. I'm going to take out my Javelin of Lightning and throw it at Obsidian. I apologize if this hits.
I don't.
That's going to be a 29.
Hits.
Yeah,
so
it's going to be
the Titans.
So it's going to be 46 lightning damage plus the javelin damage.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh, talk to me dirty.
Or does he have to maintain concentration on the spell that's charming him, or is that just a...
Nope, that's just a very convincing word.
Okay.
16 lightning damage and an additional 10 piercing. And I'm going to throw my other javelin of lightning I have on hand at Obsidian. So 21.
That misses.
And since I can't really reach you, I'll throw just a normal javelin at you. 27.
That hits.
So that will be an additional 8 piercing. Then I'm going to use my bonus action and activate my Hill Ruin. I now have resistance against bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing for the next minute.
Nice. All right, with that is your turn. I really want to describe all this, but I want to get this going. I want to keep this moving through. So I'm sorry if this is not
No, you're
As
good.
Hey,
as tantalating as my normal shit.
I just want to throw out there, if you feel that you have to pause this at any point, we can always put a pin in everything. I can go through the recording for you and make notes of where we are in combat, so you have it next week.
Unfortunately, one of us won't be able to make it. That's why.
I forgot about that. Ignore me.
So this is gotta get this train moving.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
You
so
don't have to rush it too much. You know, if you, like you said, if it goes on longer and people have to, like...
long is long, but
Movable.
this is going to be a very interesting combat. It's not the length of time, it's the quality. Alluring, you're up.
All right. Okay. So I cast a spell last time.
Yeah.
But I was looking it up, and I can cast a spell with daggers in my hands, according to 5e. So even though it's somatic, I can still do movements with my daggers.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna do sneak attack on him then because he's flanked.
Okay.
So that is a 20 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay. And then that is 5, 10, 14, 15, 16, 21 damage.
21. And he doesn't have the resistance. It's because of somebody.
Yay! And then I have 2-weapon fighting, so I'm gonna take my second attack on him. Which was a natural 1.
Oh, honey.
Even with advantage?
Do I get advantage with...
Yeah, because you're flanking with somebody.
Flanking.
Yeah.
Sneak attack happens when you have advantage. Is your first attack when it has advantage. So
okay.
you...
That was an 18 to hit this time. So
That in total?
Oh no, sorry, 28 to hit. I'm getting flustered. 28 to hit.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, 18 doesn't, but 28 does.
Okay, cool. So yes, that is 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. Okay. So with that, you take the dagger. There's a slit in the armor. 1! And another one. Right in the armpit. 2. He's feeling a lot of this, and you realize he's starting to get hurt.
Yay!
And with that, it's the Baron's turn. Realizing that he's surrounded and doesn't like it being here.
He's scared.
Yeah, he's scared of the Wiggles.
Just remember the brand.
Yeah.
With that, he's gonna.
Not quite.
No, he can't.
He's going to take.
Yes, he can.
He's going to.
He's not doing that.
Oh.
Don't you tell me what I can and can't do. Honey Boo Boo knows what he's up to.
I mean, okay, fair.
With that, he's just gonna vanish from sight. And that's it. That's all he's going to do. He's just gonna say, "It's been fun." With that is your turn, Obsidian.
Hi.
The Baroness is up next.
Do we get an attack of opportunity on him?
I think so, because he hasn't, as far as we know, he hasn't left.
Yeah. If it was a teleporter, a plane leaving, the thing triggers, but yeah, no.
1 second.
It's just invisibility, right?
Well, we're not sure.
No.
Oh.
I was trying to get him to tip his hand, but
Uh-oh.
everyone
might
just
be.
stab the square.
Everyone attack!
All right.
Meanwhile, he's over in the corner.
I've also realized something as well for my damage types. I need to really specify my shit because it's just too much. Okay. Hi.
Just give me a second.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, for For clarity, he did cast invisibility on himself.
Excellent.
I feel like it would be like he kind
you
of common thing to do is just to test the air by stabbing forward or slashing.
I feel like that's what went wrong last.
Real.
No. Okay.
It's the opposite problem now.
No, you guys don't get an opportunity attack because you do not know when he's left.
Yeah.
I was like, that's what I thought what the rule was. I just wanted to doubly make sure on that one.
First.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And with that, so you see him disappear, and then he starts walking away.
Actually, hang on. So we're gonna check the brand.
That's right. You can know where he is at all points.
Yeah.
So.
It's going
It's like
to.
fairy fire, but for you.
What does he got? Yeah, he knows where that is. Anyway, that is his turn. Obsidian, you're up next. Sorry, keep going. Obsidian.
Okay. It's exactly 40 feet before meow. Yeah. So I walk my way over there while knowing that she's frightened of me. I can feel it, I can taste it. We are bonded together with fear.
Oh
I
God.
hum this ominous tone and tune, just walking towards her,
So
literally
edgy.
looking like the angel of death.
So edgy.
Hee hee hee, I'm so edgy. Listen, it's very different from Wednesday game. Okay. Like I said, I really need to specify my damages more. Because it's just like all over the place, different. Okay. I am going to make an attack on her, slashing with my magic great sword.
Magical great sword.
My magical great sword, my magical girl transformation into
God.
this combination. 26 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
It's okay. I need to specify. All right, we're gonna start with the slashing. Okay, it's 5 plus 11, so that's 16 slashing, and then I can roll a 1d8 radiant damage die with my improved divine smite. It is 7 radiant damage. And then the 5 necrotic damage. And then that is 6 psychic damage. I'm also gonna pump my own divine smite into that as a thingy, which is God, there's been so much in this page. D&D Beyond, you're awesome. I'm
Given I'm gonna
This is
save
a
you the
lot.
time. Finisher.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Nice.
I want to slice her head off and hold her by her hair and let her body drop. And just hold her head.
God.
Metal.
Nice.
I just like hum ominously towards her and have her stare at me coming towards her
So
and just
dark.
slice and grab.
You do exactly that. The first slash comes up and over. The sword doesn't do a lot of the damage, but the after image of just like your divine, cruel, weeping self, boom, like an
Yeah.
aftershade, just 1, 2, 2, 2, 3.
Yeah, I like to imagine her wings are like unfurling out and it's just all the shattered glass all of a sudden unifies in one piece. And it's like a big mirror and she just sees like hundreds of versions of herself all kind of distorted looking back at her as like a confusion mechanism and just terrifying knowing that she is seeing her last moments, and I make her headless or her head look at her own reflection for a bit from my mask. And just reflecting the red from my wings.
Yeah.
And then I look around looking for the other one.
You cannot find them. All right. Garnet, you're up.
All right.
Seeing as the Baroness was up next.
So, growl at the invisibility. I'm going to sling my crossbow, dig my claws into my own arms for, thanks, dice, 5 damage to myself. Still not below half. And I would like to, that's my bonus action, to cast my Crimson Rite on my own claws as ice crystals form around them.
Yep.
And I would like to use my action to, I can tell his direction, but I can't tell exactly where he is. I'd like to track him.
He's in the direction of Jade.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, I more just want to see if I can, like, pinpoint his exact location.
You're saying you don't know the direction. You know the direction where he's at, but you don't know the exact location.
Yeah, like, I can tell what direction he's in, but I can't say, like, oh, he is standing on this square immediately next to blank.
Okay, no, he's in the direction of Jade.
Okay. Could I use my action to, like, kind of sniff him out or something like that?
Yeah, you can, because you have that ability to actually sniff out the fiends.
Yep. And I get advantage on it. So what test would you like me to make?
No, just does it require?
Your call.
Okay, so then that would be an investigation.
Cool. Yeah. Natural 20!
Damn.
Oh my god. You're just like looking around, trapping the claws. You're letting the adrenaline hit. You're like, that direction. Where? Push! You aim up, fire. And I'm assuming you're firing.
Oh, I was, if you're gonna let me.
What, is it an act? Was it an action to do all of that?
Again, your call. If you feel like I could do that and then come up and fire,
Well, you're taking your action to find and locate somebody. Or your action. I would say you did the Crimson Rite as a bonus action.
Yeah.
The sussing a person out. I'm gonna put this up to group vote because I'm not too. Because I could say it could be either way. So is him using his ability to sniff Iotheth out an action, or is it just a free action and he still has the ability to fire?
Is the crossbow already loaded?
In the middle.
I'd actually slung the crossbow. The plan was to, like, sniff him out and move up to him so you would know where he was, because I figured that would take my hold action. If an action would be allowed, I would take some swipes at him with my claws, but if that changes things, then I'm
close.
Yeah, I didn't.
No, if you slung your crossbow, then it's the action to pull the crossbow out.
Yeah,
like that. It's too much of that economy being used.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Like I figured it would be my action to sniff him out anyway.
Yeah, okay. If you had the crossbow out and like you did that and be like you still had no, unfortunately not. But you know exactly where he is given your skill check. I'm pinging him on the map right now.
All right. Oh, sorry, I can't see. Maybe I'm.
Oh wait, no, sorry, I'm in.
Can you tell us?
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
So
I'm pinging again.
Far, yeah. So I kind of growl. He's by Jade. And how far away from?
Oker, you're on.
Yeah. So he's
you're on
about
deck.
there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got 55 feet of movement.
He's also up in the air.
Oh, he's also up in the air.
Huh.
Fuckers, fly in. And I'll just kind of like point that spot near Jade. And yeah, I guess there's not much else I can do. So that's my turn.
Okay. Oker, you're up.
I have a choice to make. It's a stupid choice,
Stupid choices are the best choices.
Yeah.
Ah,
Agreed.
If it requires your face, let's do it.
Hopping down here
Yep. Make an athletics check, please.
will do. Natural 20.
Nice.
Oh god, oh, that feels like natural one.
It's like front flip in the half pike. You've got this. Poof, down. 3-point landing. You're badass.
I'm going to use my action to sound the horn of Valhalla.
Oh dear God! I knew this was gonna come back to bite me.
Yes,
Oh!
yes, it will. One moment, please.
Oh, all the dice. Burp. Burp.
10 warrior spirits come into existence around me.
Oh my god.
You
Oh my
will
god,
get.
it's this one.
You will get. Here, I will let you control this. Where are you? There you are. There you go. So you can do the copy, paste, and all that, and get 10 of those people out. So taking out this really well intricately carved horn, all you hear is. Wait, sorry. This is more Gillen.
So they all just go into the same space. Oh, there they are. I see.
I'm doing it now. Because apparently somebody can't do it by themselves.
It's just escalated.
There we go. Foot. There we go. 10. Got it.
That's enough.
That's enough. That's enough. The DM can't take anymore.
There's one too many.
Yeah.
Oh. Thanks, Poindexter.
I'm just helping you so there's less of them.
Okay.
There we go. All right. So they have a speed of 30 feet. So let's go ahead and...
Are you going to lemmings them into the portal?
Well, I am now. Jesus. So I am going to move them forward up here to at least get in the way. And I'll go ahead and move up too. Won't be able to get anywhere near where where he was supposedly, where the Baron was supposedly flying, but let's see. Oh, one more thing for that. Where was my bonus actions? Okay, so that's not going to work right now, but I will go ahead and take the patient defense just to be on the safe side.
Cool. That works. All right, so that's your is that everything?
That'll be it.
Okay. God, this is taking a turn. I didn't think what is going to happen.
This just got weird.
Goliath turned into a werebear.
Cobalt, you're up.
Yeah.
So
You
he's
got
up.
Winnie the Pooh.
Basically, I want to do the same kind of thing, but up on top of this pillar, I guess.
He also gets his
Because he's up
corner
in the air.
Valhalla.
Yeah.
So I still have my jump ring. Do you need me to roll anything for that?
No, I would say because you actually have control. You're not like you are multi-classed, aren't you? But you're more monk than you are fighter.
Yeah. Just
So, yeah. You're jumping up, and with the ring, I just say you've got control.
and I
Mario
will just,
yourself up.
yeah, pretty much. And I will just patient defense
Okay.
Yeah.
You do that. Pearl. Do whatever bullshit you got, Jade. You're up next.
Well, I only know roughly where he is, so I'm gonna fly over there. I'm like 20 feet up.
Not just
And
lighting everyone on fire.
if I have 30 foot of blind sight currently, so if I can see him, and if I can hit him with a cone, I will. Without, lighting up everyone around him, because it's a fucking 60-foot cone.
Blind sight.
I can see... Oh god, hang on, let me pull it up. You have blind sight with a range of 30 feet. Within that range, you can effectively see anything that isn't behind total cover, even if you're blinded or in total darkness. Moreover, you can see invisible creatures unless it successfully hides from you.
Yeah. Then I'm going to do this. Hold on. He's within. I just want to see if you
The
can see
range
this.
of it.
So I just put the permissions to you be able to move the token. Can you see?
Oh, which one? What do you mean?
You know what I'm talking about. You're looking for the Baron. Can you see the Baron?
No.
Okay. So he's right there, but he's like 50 feet up.
Okay, so
he's within like the 30 feet, the 30-foot bubble, but he's still 50 foot up.
yeah, so I should be able to breathe upward without hitting anyone, right?
That is correct.
Okay, we're gonna breathe. Thank you, Burb, for the other dice. We're gonna make this much faster. Oh, okay. Really? So it's a 17 DC dex, and 31 is the total damage.
17 dex?
Yes.
That was a natural 2.
Oh, shit.
He's going to use his legendary resistance and pass that.
So it's only 15 damage, force damage.
Yeah. So with the fucking thing. Why? I need to get dice that actually is more consistent to me. Okay, so with that, cool.
That's it for me.
So you breathe up, and with the blind sight, you're like, where? There. With that. Okay, Jade, you're up.
I'm still charmed, right?
Yep.
Well, I apologize in advance, because he's going to step forward, and he's going to use his own breath against the big crowd that appeared.
So I actually coming.
This is what we call a target trait and fire.
Yep. All right, so it is, let me see, because the DC...
How big is your cone?
15 feet.
I think I'm just out of range then. I'm 20 feet up.
Yeah, so it's DC 18 for... How many people is that? Yeah, just about everybody. Almost everybody. Yeah, DC 18 dex saves for, yeah.
Is it cool if I roll all of their saves on the same die?
I pretty much see it as like one of those those World of Warcraft bots. Multi-box bots.
Right?
All right, you said it was a dex save?
Yeah, dex save 18.
right. So Ochre succeeded. Just barely.
So Ochre will take 9 lightning damage.
All right. And the Berserkers. Where is their... There it is. Oh, they fail.
So that would be 18 lightning for everyone that failed.
Alrighty. And you said you got all of them in this except for maybe like this guy?
Like, so that's 4. I don't know how big cones usually are.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Jeez. So you got one crispy dwarf, or one dwarf that's not been crisped. Describe how it looks. Describe how it flames out your mouth holes.
All you see, because he's 10 feet tall right now, all you just see his chest start swelling up as a storm forms in his mouth. And all you hear is the thunder before the lightning shoots out of his mouth.
Nice. Right on. So that happens. Alluring. Is that your turn? Sorry.
Well, who's left? Because I still have 2 attacks. They all still live. I don't know how much
they're
health they
doing
have.
fine.
Okay, I'm just going to start slashing away at the one in front of me then. Great weapon master, because that's only a 7. And a 10.
Both miss.
Okay, that's all I can do then.
Oh, wow. All right. With that, alluring.
Cool. So all I know is that he disappeared.
Yep.
So I'm gonna run the
Well, I called out his location.
True.
So
And
you
I
know,
just breathed a huge cone of flame in that direction.
generally, but you still don't. You still don't know.
Yeah, I'll move down this way. And then I'm gonna ready my Eldritch Blast for when he appears.
Okay.
And then that'll be my turn.
Okay. All right. With that, it is the Baron's turn. So with that, he's gonna go in and just says, as a parting gift, I want Obsidian to make an intelligence saving throw. You feel the words piercing into your brain. You will take, ho, ho!
27 intelligence.
27 intelligence save?
Damn.
Yep. I rolled a 15 plus a 7 save, and then a plus 5 for my aura of protection.
Damn.
Well, you still take. You still take 20 points of psychic damage.
Ouch.
But you feel the words trying to warm into your mind, and you know much better not to fall for any of that. You successfully diverted a feeble mind.
Oh.
Oh my god!
Oh. Oh, that could have been real
God.
bad, y'all.
Yo. Holy sh...
For those who are paying
Nice
attention,
try.
yeah, for those who are paying attention to the portal, you see this thing welling and swirling and growing and turning. You just see.
Question. When he cast that spell, did he drop invisibility?
No, because it was greater.
Follow-up question.
Yeah.
Has he left this plane?
Yep.
He doesn't get to do that yet.
Oh, really?
Tether.
Okay, what is it?
So it's first of all, it's 4d6 psychic damage. That is...
Oh, I'm rolling that. Or
horse.
do you want to roll it?
No horse.
Sorry, I did just put him down there, so I can tell you what I got, if you'd like.
I'll show you what I got if you show me what you got.
Okay, well...
no, whoever rolls higher takes it.
I got a 13.
12.
Okay.
So he takes 13.
13 psychic damage, and before he can actually leave this plane, he needs to make a DC 16 Wisdom saving throw, and on a failure, the attempt to teleport or leave the plane fails.
Don't you fail me now, you piece of shit.
Also need to make a Dex 19 because
that's 17.
Ah.
Oh.
Sorry, I wasn't smarter, guys.
And what?
I'm gonna do a Hellish Rebuke as a reaction.
Okay.
He needs to make a Dex 19, and I'm doing this at 3rd level.
Okay, that's a 21.
So I think he takes half damage, which is what? 4d10. What does a 10 look like? That's a 10.
Make or break.
7 is a number. Hold on, I need to do this one at a time. Another 7 is 8. 19 plus 8 is, y'all, so bad. It's 27 half.
13.
14?
27 half is 13. Gives you round down.
And then let me double check if I add my. If I add my ace, I can do magically. Scroll.
Obsidian. Finish him.
With the spell, so, and then a +5 necrotic.
Finish him.
More horse.
Oh, are you kidding me?
No more horse.
When he hits me, I'm holding my head. I drop hers when he hits mine, and I'm holding my head, and I'm just all the flashes of who I was and who I was going to be, that I rejected it when I had their blood on my hands and the sorrow breaking my heart, but then meeting Jade and everyone along the way, and Alabel and Felix and Tobias and Amethyst and Garnet and Pearl and Ochre and Cobalt, that the pieces of my heart actually starts to forge a little bit back together, and a little bit of the darkness of all this black gold starts to shimmer through a bit, and I release from my wings this golden shockwave in that direction. I don't know where he is, but I sense him. I just know from the instinct in my body to make retribution and vengeance and justice knows to shoot there. And I release it all. In the sake of my friends, in the sake of all that has had injustice on them, I weep and I cry and I rip my mask off, and there's just black tears coming down my face, and I'm just screaming at him, saying, "Enough!"
And you do just that, even though you can't see the target that tried to attempt to feeble mind you. You lash right out as that as that pulsing scream happens, as he makes the attempt to bind through the tether, just creating enough damage for that scream to break the greater invisibility. That's the word. As he tries to reach through, he disintegrates as he tries to fade through.
Silence.
And there's silence.
Tears.
All,
Tears.
all you hear is the humming and the swirling of the orb in front of you.
Just kind of float there for the rest of the minute on Draconic Transformation, not believing that this is really over. And then it, dissipates because it lasts only a minute and I no longer have a fly speed. So this big old fire elemental just crashes down 20 feet to the ground. On top of all your summons. I'm sorry.
Put my mask back on. Smoosh.
Well, on top of 2 of them.
Fuck, if it wasn't for that hellish rebuke.
Watch.
You still see this orb. It's swirling, twirling every once in a while. Well, the colors. What are you up to?
Should we do something about that thing? It's not stopping.
Jade's looking very confused, going, "Did we win?"
Yeah, my eyes are on Jade, making sure he's not attacking us still.
I'm going to move out of, their space and towards the orb. Can we visibly see the pulses and where they're reaching out to?
Yeah, like every 30 seconds or so, you see this thing, like, it kind of takes a couple seconds. Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna reach out just like an arm into the pulse and see what it feels like. Try and get a sense of what it does.
As that happens, I thought I didn't need my dice, but apparently...
Surprise!
Surprise, motherfucker! You take 14 points of force damage.
Okay.
And this
recoil
thing...
back.
And it recoils you back about 5 feet.
Do we know anything about what this might be?
Not yet.
Might be time to contact Felix then.
Or Crom.
Crom said when it was done we should contact him, he would get us out of here. But do we want to get out of here?
Done?
Is it done?
Not by my counting.
I point my sword down at Jade and I say, "Yes. Is it done?"
You still
and you
feel...
see the mask is off, and you see black tears and black eyes, just like the iris is black, and she's got pale skin and a big gash going across her temple, going down her cheek and to the side of her mouth, kind of disfiguring the lip there to kind of lift it a bit to show her canines. And she's got like a bob, a bob and bangs.
Cute.
But she's got a yeah.
You still see this, like you still feel the celestial and fiendish energies coming off of this thing.
It's a portal?
Seems like it.
Saying that to send me home.
One of you 10 want to settle a bet?
Each one of them looks up.
Go through that portal, and if you can come back, tell us what you see. You might just be going home.
They all just go.
They all go.
It's a hive mind.
Yeah.
There's always being.
Wait. I need to do this just for the pure comedy of it all. They run right in and run out. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30.
They can't come back.
A minute goes by.
They might be back in Valhalla.
Nothing.
So
I want to see if there's some way for us to figure out what the hell this thing actually is, or if there's any way to stop it.
I mean,
Around
guys
or
wants
like
to-
what the orb is made of? Sorry. So go ahead, Ochre.
if one of you guys has a bag of holding you want to toss in, and the rest of us run.
Afraid I didn't
Unfortunately, I
bring
do
that
not.
today.
You keep bringing up this idea, and I feel like one day
I'll stop when it stops being funny.
notice that a few particular of the group are laughing. And those are the ones that I just can't take seriously.
Because all you do is pout.
I do not pout.
No, he's got a point.
I don't pout.
Really?
Look, love, I couldn't kill what I kill and keep my sanity if I couldn't laugh at it.
See?
I laugh. I mean, you're not all. Okay, I get it. I need to cheer
Takes
up.
Takes his big claw, just kind of pats her on the head.
I need to be merry and cheer up.
Couldn't hurt.
Jolly good. Good job.
You see behind you guys, you start hearing a bunch of noise. You see the humans, the tieflings, out, kind of just watching from the doorway.
Well, we don't really know what to do with this. Any ideas?
You just see the general shaking of it all. The shaking of their heads. They haven't left. They heard the battle going on and they kind of just watched in awe as it was all happening.
Is there anything like the circle, anything that's like forming it as a like foundation for it? Like
It's
how you have to have 4 of these things lit up for it to work. Is there any sort of weird
not that you know. You would.
Hmm.
Just
I'd like everybody to make an
opening
intelligence
in
check,
space.
please. I just like everybody to make an intelligence check, please.
It is not terrible.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay,
Yeah.
Traz.
7.
7. Juju.
15.
Buddy.
13.
Ochre.
9.
Amethyst.
19.
Obsidian.
6.
Cobalt. I didn't hear that one.
You
3.
3.
he just wants to punch it.
Amethyst. You're thinking, how do you shut something down when you don't know? Normally, when you're brought up with something, that you don't know, you either consult a person that normally deals with any sort of magical stuff, or you try and find researching papers and try and figure it out through knowledge acquisition.
Maybe we just make note of this, be like, no. And they can deal with it. This seems out of our control. We'll just bar the gates.
There is one thing I want to try. Just
Not throwing a bag of holding in there.
no. It's technically different. And he looks over at Garnet and winks. He takes a bottle out of his pouch, points it at the orb, and shouts "Geyser."
Oh dear God! I know exactly what you're doing.
Yes.
Cross the streams, buddy.
I go up and join him, and I yell "Geyser" as well.
I'm moving out of the way. I'm backing up. I'm gonna go be in front of the group of people by the door, just in case.
Oh my God! So the both of you are like, "Come by, Geyser!" You do that. You see this stream of water come out of these jugs. What is it? It's
A decanter.
That's what it's. The decanter of endless water.
Yep.
That's what I thought it was. You see these two geysers go, and it starts flooding this orb, and you start seeing it like physical matter, like what we are, kind of stays solid, but any sort of liquid or air just seems to start getting intertwined with a somewhat gravitational field. And it eventually gets sucked into the event horizon, but it just kind of, because of the looseness of the molecules, it just spreads apart. So at this point, you basically got that like Emperor Palpatine scene in the opera house thing going on there.
All right. Everyone back up. I'm going to try one more thing.
Why don't we just
Oh, don't stab the internet or the
What is this internet you speak of?
Don't stab the internet.
Don't stab the. I can't not say international now. Interdimensional. You know what? Do whatever you want.
Stab the internet.
Look, I don't feel comfortable leaving it. If you don't want to be around when I try this, go ahead and walk out. Sometimes I've seen things in my life where if you attack it with magic, it overloads. Might bloody well kill me, but if it gets rid of this thing, it's worth a shot. And
Just stand next to him and have my shield ready, so when he shoots, I can put the shield in front.
I'm by the crowd with a metallic dragon wing up.
Yeah. I just kind of nod to Amethyst. I go, besides, like I've always said. And he actually lets no, he doesn't let his hybrid form drop yet. He says, besides, like I said, I can take a hit. And with the Crimson Right still on my crossbow, once everybody has backed up as much as they want to, I'm gonna fire a bolt into the portal and see what happens.
All right, you do that. I would say roll an attack roll, but let's just be honest, it's a giant fucking portal. You fire. Launches right through.
Ain't nothing to worry about.
Yeah, it did absolutely nothing like I thought it would, and let's get the fuck out of here and get someone who can actually deal with this. Deal with it.
Are we just supposed to stop them? This seems kind of above our pay grade.
It's very much above our pay grade.
How about we just go home and get some drinks? I'm tired.
And look at Obsidian.
To wait till it was safe to summon. But I do not want this thing unintended. It still tugs me. I still feel it. I don't want to go too far.
All right.
Baron was very interested and was willing to jump into that portal. I do not know what's on the other side. But he says that it may be my home. Or that was maybe an invitation to hell. I don't know.
He certainly wanted you to think it was your home.
I'll stay here and guard
Which-
it. Go back, let them know we won. I'll look after it. Anyone tries to do anything with it.
No,
Go
you
through.
do. No, Pearl, you have a veil that will call Crom to you.
I had it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I guess I will have to drop my form then, because that means it's merged with me.
Mm-hmm.
So I will drop my form. And I will...
Already dropped because you told
You
him to
break
stop.
it,
No,
right?
those wings.
Yeah, break it.
You break
Just
it.
kinda-
As that happens, you see how do I describe this? You break the vial. As that happens, you see all this magical arcane dust drift down, and on the stone around you, it starts forming the circle intricacies, the runes, all the lines connections, cross sections, everything else. Then you see I guess that didn't show up. Never mind. Then you see the power pulsing. Take a step back. From Tuskarut, standing right in front of you. He turns around. So I guess you didn't finish the job, but I can see why you couldn't.
Not really sure what to do.
Research notes.
Pulses every few seconds. Deals damage when it does. Seems to be a portal to another realm.
Dimensional portals. Takes a lot of power to bring up something like that. Did you find any documentation?
To our knowledge, no, but we can look around this room.
Let's do that. So then you guys take a couple minutes to look around, and in the previous room, there were tables, desks, there were things set up. And through looking through, it wasn't hard to find anything like this because obviously it wasn't never meant to ever be found. Like this whole area was never meant to be found. And it looked like it was a bunch of theory. Upon reading upon it, there was a bunch of theories about bringing a lot of Tiefling and Asumerian people together and combining bringing a lot of that power would create enough of a draw or a tether to another plane, allowing freedom of movement between two things. At least that is the theory. But you need a powerful binding soul.
Hmm.
From what it looks like right now, it doesn't look like it's fully functional. At least from the researching notes.
This soul that is written here. He confirmed that I am a key. Could I have been the last step into completing his plan? Awakening this portal?
It is possible. I do not know. But
You
at this
wanted me
point,
here.
Well, we have research notes. Anything else? Trinkets, anything? Magical devices? You guys continue to look around, and eventually you find a bunch of things. You find a silver locket.
Hmm.
And a bunch of other small intricacies. It doesn't seem like there wasn't a lot of actual magical item use here. It seemed to be pure arcane and focused wizardry.
Search the female drill's body because she's the only physical thing there.
Yeah. You look through, and I mean, you find a pouch of glamours. Looks like some perfumes, makeup. Another one is another trinket, another silver locket with a red ruby inlay.
And what's inside
Do
of
they
the
match?
that's
Sorry.
What's inside?
yeah.
It's just a picture of herself, and an inscription of Petrina.
Fucking knew it. I knew one of them was gonna
Killed
come up.
Spleen's girlfriend! Oh my god, that's awesome. I love this game.
Brom goes up. All right.
Since it's incomplete, do you think we could just dispel it?
I don't know. I honestly don't.
Would it hurt
I
to
can
try?
try. I have.
I think at this point, we should leave it. I have a teleportation symbol binding me here. I can come back.
There were also a bunch of civilians outside. Tieflings, humans, that have been taken by the Baron and Baroness.
A few of us can stay here and guard it.
He walks up to a couple of the tieflings. He looks at them. He looks down on them, just this intimidating orcish form. They look scared. You know how to get out of here. Apparently, there's a secret exit. And then they look up. Yeah. Yeah. What's your name? The one looks up. I'm Baltrus.
Say, what do you say?
Baltrus.
Oh, ball. Oh.
Fucking knew it. I knew it. The moment you said purple, I was like, oh my god, what if this is Baltrus?
At first I was like, is that Hal? What is he doing here?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. This is so cool.
You get these people out of here. You got it. You need to contact me here. Hands off. Hands off ascending stone. Good. Colors. Let's go.
Before we go, Pearl is just gonna give Baltrus a brief overview on what to be aware of for the traps in the tunnel, and also let him know there's a real nice otter person in there beyond the traps. Be kind to them. Don't take anything. It's their home. They'll probably help you out.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Thank you. Colors. Now.
You should. You don't want at least one of us to stay behind and guard.
Are you disobeying a direct order?
Asking a
Understood.
question, boss.
He starts lighting up the circle. Let's go.
Here we follow.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look back at the portal and go back in.
The teleportation circle lights up. You all make it to the forward operations camp. The ship Deliverance is there. It seemed like the trip there and back was quick. The Ballbarster Brigade is not to be seen. But Crom is not with you. With you guys coming in, doing the job that you had to. You learned a lot about what the world had done in the past. You fought a tree. You talked to an otter. You
Very
fucked each other
strong.
up more than I could ever hurt you.
Yo, that was crazy.
Yep.
Yeah,
But
Jade.
with that,
Nice.
I'm gonna bring the session to a close. I want to thank all of y'all for coming out and doing this shit with me for my birthday. I really, really do appreciate it.
It was so cool. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
this
you
is
for
great.
playing this awesome.
Mhm.
This
Thank you
awesome
so
game.
much. Yeah.
I didn't expect that fight to go so well for us.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Honestly, it was that resistances that really did it.
Sorry.
Mhm.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
All right, but to end this off, I want to thank everybody who has stayed as long as they have. It was a long game, but it was worth it. I want to say that once again, thank you for D&D Beyond for sponsoring us tonight. And if you're ever at all interested in watching Falskallan Nights, every Wednesday at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard, I'm here. I try and run every week. If you want to watch any of the other shows, confirm with the schedule what's going on. But with that, I just want to say I'm really happy to be here. Do you dare to imagine? Have yourself a good night.
Good night.